Rat-a-tat-tat, motherfuckers, it's me! What? It's the most energy you're gonna get out of me all fucking day. Whoop whoop, everyone. Wait. Oh. Ah. I've opened my Honey's natural energy rejuvenation with ginseng. Oh no, not the hype train. That's gonna go. How's the mic? Oh, it's very me to like, oh, the audio settings, I changed them between this stream and the last, so who knows if they're set correctly? Do I sound okay? Do I sound, well, I sound like me, but like, do I sound appropriate like me? I'm not like peaking horribly or like, you know, I don't sound like I've got peanuts in my mouth or anything. More so than usual. Now, what the fuck is the Discord icon? It's Sexy Bread Me. It's just one of the other Sexy Bread Me Matt photos. I miss me, Tomo. That was the only app where I could make Sexy Bread Me photos. You know? I'm glad it sounds okay. I've got all my audio effects going through the Elgato set audio interface now rather than OBS. Wow. Facts that are irrelevant. Facts that are completely irrelevant. Everyone involved. What's the stream? Yeah. Okay, right. I have not streamed in like a month, which is like the longest gap in a long time. I've been busy, mate. I've been doing lots of shit. Lots of shit's been going on. I was away. A Patreon print relation thing. Previously, we were doing about 400 a month. Shipping up for 420 a month-ish. Which always sounded like we were shipping 420 a month, and the average weight of all of them was 69 grams. So whenever I phoned Royal Mail, they were like, "How many are you shipping?" And I'm like, 420. And they're like, "How much do they weigh each?" And I'm like, 69 grams. It always felt like I was lying because that sounds made up. That feels like something Elon Musk would do, but it was just a fun coincidence. Also, fucking yeah, EXP Cookie, fucking 770s. 770s are fucking cracking headphones. They are cracking headphones. I love 770s. I love aerodynamic headphones. Big fan of them. So I was away, and there was Royal Mail. Bleh, right, we used to be doing 420 prints a month, and how they used to work is Dan and Rebecca used to sign them all, and then they would package all the prints with the stickers into these little sort of like biofilm mailers. They're not plastic. That's irrelevant. They're little plastic wallets, but they're not actually made of plastic. They're biodegradable. Whatever. Package them into those. They would then send them to me here in my house. And then I would get them and put them into the actual cardboard envelopes, which I've been ship on. And those cardboard envelopes, I would put stickers on, I would put the postage stamp, and I would put the address label on. Now we've started shipping 650 a month now, which is quite a bit more. And as part of that, I'm doing all the packaging. So I'm going to Dan and Rebecca's every month, and I am packaging them all into the little plastic sleeves, put them on a box, shipping them to me on the other side of the country, and I am then doing them here because the facilities to actually physically ship them from Dan and Rebecca's don't really exist. So I ship from here, which is a lot more work for me. Also, fun fact, if you got the prints, you know what, let's go to camera view. Wow, let's go to camera view. Exciting camera view. Oh, spoilers, sort of. Camera view. Oh shit, it's a camera view. Oh, there's many things on the camera, which we're going to get to in a minute. Do I have an envelope? I must have an envelope. Do I have an envelope? Oh, I do. I have an envelope. Right. So, here's the envelopes that we're currently doing. Actually. Oh, do I have something special to show off here? I can show secrets. I can show the secrets. The secrets are going to be shown, everyone. Fucking hell, the secrets are coming. They're coming out of my boss. They're coming out of my arse. All the secrets, here they are. Out of the arse, into the fire. Right. So that is how comment envelopes look. See this little strip here? See this little fucking, oh my god, the colour. Oh, wow. Something's off. Oh. You know, Elgato announced the new fucking camera, and I want it. Oh, the white balance. No, that's why. Good evening. White balance. White balance? I don't know. I want it there. Right. Give me a second. I like these Logitech videos a lot. I think they're very good cameras, but the software is terrible. And Elgato today announced fucking... They announced a new webcam, which is exactly what I want. It's a 4K 60 webcam. I was asking for one like 2 months ago, and everyone was like, they don't exist. They didn't exist, and now they do. And it has autofocus. It does all the things I want it to do. And they've brought out a new Stream Deck, which does all the things I want it to do. After I've just spent lots of money and time setting this up. And then they come out with a thing that is exactly what I want. And I'm like, bitch, you couldn't have done that 2 months ago, you little shit. Anyway. Oh my God, that white balance. Calm down, little camera. Yeah, they don't save these settings. You see, these camera settings, which, ooh, you can see them. They're there. They don't save. It's just a sentence. They literally don't save. You can't save them. They won't save to the camera. And there we go. They won't save to the camera. And for some strange reason, OBS won't save them. And the argument is that, oh, OBS can't save them because the camera's supposed to. It's like, well, OBS could save these settings, then rewrite them. They're hooking into an API. They could just save that and then rewrite them into the API. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, that's what I want. But anyway, Prince. The white balance. There we go. And the fucking autofocus is off. There we go. White balance. Yeah, whatever. They have these little strips on. I like these little strips. I got them custom commissioned. However, there's a problem with the printing of them. Which, as you can see, they're weak. They're weak, so a lot of times I'm folding these. And they're being folded like that, and you can see it's weakened. And I got reports of a lot of people getting them where that had just ripped in transit. Like that thing had just physically that bit had ripped, and it was open. I didn't have any reports of any prints falling out of them, but I had a few people who messaged me going, yeah, it had arrived open, which is a problem. OBS doesn't write anything; it just tells the drive to open the window, and that's it. I hate Windows. All of this is bad. I hate it. The new Elgato camera does everything I want it to do, but it's £300, and I can only buy one, and it's gonna be. It'll only arrive. The earliest I can get it to arrive is in 2 months, unless Elgato want to send me, person who averages 40 viewers a stream. Wow, a camera, which I doubt they would. The white balance still looks off. Everything still looks off. Whatever. So last month, because most of them were like this, the producers of these are redoing them and retooling their machines to get this to be right. However, in the interim, these are the only suppliers I can use. So they sent me. So I went over all of these. And did that. So not only did I have to put them into the little plastic mailers, I had to do that to 600 envelopes. Wow. It took me fucking ages. It took me fucking ages. Fuck me, it took me ages. That's one of the reasons the prints were delayed last month, alongside lots of Royal Mail delays. Also, but last month, exciting. Ooh, I finally did some good stamps. Ooh, I did some good stamps. Oh, I did. Oh, look at the special store. Look at the special stamps. Oh my God, they're fucking Aardman stamps. Aardman stamps. Finally, Royal Mail did a stamp set, which actually came in the 3 stamps I use. Second class, 255 and 1/8 Aardman stamps. Who hates an Aardman? Everyone likes an Aardman stamp. Look at them. Look at them. It's Rocky, the one you know and love. Oh my God, I forgot I have to redo the focus manually. Why? I don't want to do that. Wait, do I? Oh my God, it's on autofocus. It's just terrible. Oh, I always forget about the autofocus. Oh, look, it's Rocky and Ginger. It's Feathers McGraw. It's fucking... Wow, it's Timmy. Timmy from the Shaun the Sheep thing. Morph and Clive. Clive? Chaz? Why are you struggling? How are you struggling to focus on that camera? I understand when it's reflective surfaces, but it's a plain fucking image I'm holding right in front of your face. Fucking hell. Look, it's Morph and Chaz. Wow, look, it's Sean and Blitzer from Shaun the Sheep. And it's Robin from something. Wow, stamps. Are these stamps you were talking about the podcast? Yeah, they were. Stamp update. Oh, you always want to get a stamp update. Wow. Wow, stamp update. The white balance on both of these is off. That looks alright now. Oh shit, things. Wait, it's been saying you sub for 70 months. It's become we sub for 9 months. Fuck. Where's my whistle? Oh, where's my whistle? Oh, fuck, where have I put the whistle? Oh, bother. Oh, I've got lots of new fucking furniture. I don't know where anything lives anymore. Where's my whistle drawer? Is it with my drugs? Yes, it is with my drugs. Baby, you had a sub baby. Welcome into the world, little sub baby. You just popped out of EXP cookies vagina. Welcome. Like Twitch vagina. That's fine. There we are. Hot tub streams. Anyway, welcome to the world, little. Anyway, I believe we create for 18 months, which is not two. As we established, it's not two babies because there's a 3 to 4 week period before you can inoculate. Not inoculate. It's fine. It's 19 months. We're considering the second. So it's fine. Anyway, it's just up for 3 twiddles. Wow, 3. I appreciate it. One of my James's 18 months. Another 18 months. Please subscribe, thank you. And non-seeder for 13 months, which is everyone the best number. My novelty only makers are misplaced. Oh, do you want to see something cool? Right. So that's a print update. That's why it took me ages. But there is progress on getting custom printed things. And I'm going to reveal to you today exclusively the 3 designs. All of which are done by Rebecca, obviously. I mean, they're all variations on the same thing. But all 3 have a completely different postage system. Because as I learnt, the rules for sending letters, like what can be on them, is very different to that of parcels. You can put whatever you want on parcels, slap a big label on it, and it's grand. Letters, no, they have strict things. So, and there's like 7 different ways to send letters with Royal Mail, and every one has a different fucking set of rules completely. So I've got 3 designs here, based on 3 different ways of shipping them. So I'll show you them in order of, maybe not likelihood, but so. Ooh. This is from the manufacturer. So this is to scale, but obviously it's not folded. It's not an actual envelope, but it's the right size. It's on the right card. Wow, look. This is if we go for the same. This is if I'm putting the stamp on and the label still. Wow, isn't it nice? I like it. Wow, John Moxley at Bricksburg at BB13123. Oh my God, I've doxed him. John Moxley. Wow. John Moxley in shambles. What'll I do? Shit, he's gonna kill me. John Moxley. This is design 1, which is that if I keep doing these things the same as I do now, this is the design we'll go with. Likely, this is the design we're gonna get for at least 6 months worth. Design 2 is this one, which is very similar. This was the design Rebecca did first, based on a package design, which I then explained to Rebecca that unfortunately, packages have different rules. That you can't do this with a normal letter. See, if I had this, the reason this has blank space in the middle, I can't, see that has text there? You can't have that next to that. There needs to be blank space around it. There needs to be blank space around this. There needs to be space for fucking printing. If you want to frank it, you need loads of blank. It's a right fanny on. This is if we go with what's called click and drop, which is a big 4x6 label that covers half of it, which is unlikely, but I want to see what it looked like. And last but not least is the most boring one. Wow, it's white and there's only a small thing. This is what I like to call the franked slash a machine-readable style, which is if I want to frank it, which is like you print the postage directly on it, which is the most convenient option for me. However, it requires like a big clear zone here, a clear zone here, a clear zone here, a clear zone here, a clear zone here, and a clear zone here. So doing this, it would just be the most patchy thing, so it made sense to just do that. And it has to be on white, because Royal Mail, like, you can't frank on brown, even though you can, but you're worth doing it on white. So this is, if we go with frank, it'll be this, which I do admit is the most boring. But equally, let's say automate the most. I like this one the most, but that's the most unlikely. This one, I just got to print it. This, at least in the short term, is the most likely. Obviously, it's not a permanent one. I'm just buying them in bulk, so if I buy them, it's like, 9 months worth. So, committing, it's probably going to be this. Might be that, but probably that. I mean, I've also got the printing technique slightly different. This is an example of the printing technique. Wow, look, it's actually absorbed into the paper. Wow, look, see how it's absorbed into the paper, and it just looks like part of the paper. And you see how this is, like, slightly shiny on the paper, because the ink's sitting on top of the paper on these ones. Whereas on this one, oh, it's absorbed properly. That's how they'll actually be printed. It'll be absorbed properly. Wow, printing. Don't the letters have two sides that you can print on? Well, so we can print on both sides. As a point, this is a valid point, a bit greater, because the printing goes on them before they're folded. It's not like it's not like they're coming out like this and then they're printing on them. No, they're printing on the card, then they're cutting it and folding it like this. So, I mean, this is all one piece of card. So in theory, you can put printing fucking anywhere. So there could be loads of printing on the back. That's an option. Could do that. Debating doing that. If we go with this option, we could put something nice on the back. That could be fun. These are just front designs. I just needed to get these proofed because these are the things I need to kind of confirm or prove with Royal Mail. Back doesn't matter. But yeah, there'll probably be something on the back. Wow, that's your preview of prints. That's your print update. Wow. What job does John Moxley do? I mean, he's a wrestler, isn't he? Fucking shit, killing the shit out of people. Dead name is Dean Ambrose, but we don't call him that anymore. That's the print update. That's why I got streamed in ages, because I did that and I came back and I did that and then I was fanning around my office for ages and I was painting loads and I was moving shit and my office is mostly sorted and I've got a sofa in here. Wow, it's painted. Wow, I've got Ethernet. Is Ethernet into this boy again? Wow, I've got new Wi-Fi. Wow, lots of things. I got that done and then immediately after that I then went back to Dan and Rebecca's because I was supposed to go in for 3 reasons. So I'm noticing they're dusty and whenever I do the prints, that cardboard, because it's recycled and quite raw, it just puts this little like cardboard dust and everything. See, there's dust on it, and it literally just over like the course of a few hours of me doing it, it just happens. I've got an air purifier in here and everything, and it helps a bit, but we'll get some fucking everything. Wow. So why is the reflection off the iPhone's missing aliasing? This reflection? It's just compression. It's just compression. Yeah, Royal Mail done a bit. It's fine. I've ranted about Royal Mail enough. That's the update. And then I went back to Dan and Rebecca's because I was 3 things. Rebecca's birthday party, Pokemon themed birthday party. Packaging next month's prints and helping film Advent stuff. A lot of train strikes, so the Advent filming got moved. There were lots of other things that have delayed the print, so they weren't ready to be packaged. I was like, right, do it in a week or 2. Then I was like, you know what I'll do? I got offered a COVID booster for some reason. Don't know why. Finally, I got a text being like, oh, you're on the at-risk list. And I'm like, I've been trying to get on the at-risk list for fucking ages. And they said I was not eligible for it. And now, when frankly, I'm the healthiest I've been in about 4 years, I get a text being like, ooh, you, as someone who was at increased risk, are eligible for a COVID booster. And I'm like, oh, fine, whatever. I'll fucking take it. Fuck it. So I went and got my COVID booster. And they also gave me, it was a mix of 2. It was 2 jabs, one for every kind of one for the one. And they also gave me a flu jab at the other arm at the same time. They offered me while I was there. And I went, fuck it, why not? Turns out 3 vaccines at one time knocks you out a bit. So I felt like shit for a week, and I just did not leave Dan Rebecca's. I was just ill there. You wonder why I was just there? That's why. Just ill. Just ill and hanging out. Had a fever for 3 days. It was fucking crack-a-lacking, mate. I'm absolutely cracking. But I'm fine now. Can't you go for a walk-in for boosters? Right, I say boosters currently, you're only eligible to get them for a fourth booster. Well, not fourth booster. It's my fourth jab. A third booster, your third jab, you can just walk in. But currently, fourth jabs are only eligible for over 50s or people at risk. At least that's what I've been told. But okay, yeah, apparently, I don't know. It seems inconsistent. Some people are saying that it's just for everyone now, but I don't know. Either way, whatever. So I did that, and I felt ill. I just had a fever for 3 days, and I felt like shit. I just had a bit of a bad reaction to it, unfortunately. Also, wait, Limbs, can you recommend me a gaming chair, please? This one's age back 30 years. Okay, I'm gonna stand up for this. And I do say this with with all the love in the world, right? Don't buy a fucking gaming chair! First step. Every gaming chair will hurt your back. They're all shit. Even the most expensive ones are shit. I need you to shout that so you all got it. Don't buy a fucking gaming chair. Don't buy them. Should turn your microphone that didn't clip. Shouldn't clip. No matter how loud I shout, it shouldn't clip. That's what this setup is built to do. So just a normal chair then? Yes. Gaming chairs are called gaming chairs because they are gamery looking. As in, they look like a racing car seat and they're made incredibly cheaply. And you know what? Racing car seats are not meant to... You know what they're not designed for? Sitting at a desk. That's not what they're designed for. For being in a car. Go around corners, be like... That's what they're for, not in a chair. Buy a good office chair. Buy any... There's so... I splurged and I bought a nice office chair. I ever had a bit of air on. I bought a refurbished one for half price, which was still like 500 quid. If you can do that much money, I'd recommend one of these. If not, fuck it. You can get a lot of ergonomic office chairs for like a reasonable amount of money. That'll be way more fucking comfortable than a gaming chair. Hell, IKEA's Marcus chair is a cracking chair. Good price, good chair. I don't like it because it doesn't have adjustable armrest, but that's just me. Don't buy a fucking gaming chair. Oh, please don't buy a gaming chair. They're all shit. There is no good gaming chair. Last time I bought a chair, I made the mistake of buying a high-end gaming chair thinking, well, if it's high-end, it might be fine. Ashens recommended it. Bloody stew it! Anyway, it's shit. Don't like any of them. They're all shite. They're all shit. Don't do it. They're not made to be, like, they're made to be fashionable, not comfortable, and frankly, a lot of office chairs look nice. Don't bother. That's my, Lim subscribe. Thanks, Lims. What's my freebie? Also, right, so updates. There's several updates since I've last streamed. All of these things on the table, this bit here on the table, these are all interesting things. 3 of them are especially interesting. Well, I get them. So, one of these is an iPhone 4S and one is an iPhone 4, and I honestly don't know which one is which because they are identical. They do work, but they're dead. Because I've just started buying old iPhones now. This iPhone 5 in working condition. By the way, having held now lots of iPhones all in one go, I like the iPhone 5 the best. It's the thinnest. It keeps the iPhone 4 design, but really slims it. It's nice and light. It's tall. It's hot. Like, everyone's, iPhone 4, really nice revolutionary thing. iPhone 5 is the perfection of this design. This is the iPhone 5 is a cracking phone, mate. Cracking phone. 5S, Touch ID. These 3 are the interesting ones. This is the first generation iPad. This is the first generation MacBook Air. And this is the first generation iPhone. Rad. Rad. This cost me £7. This cost me £20. This cost me £90. This was expensive. But this one works. Probably dead. Because it's been sat here for weeks. This works. This works. These fucking things are expensive. Original iPhones, like first-gen iPhones, are expensive. Even broken ones I was seeing for £300. The fact I got a working one for 90 is a fucking steal. An unboxed iPhone first generation went for about 30 grand or something a while back. Because the thing is, the iPhone line obviously are very popular. But much like the iPods, the first generation of iPod wasn't that popular. It was only bought by like a handful of people. So they're really rare. And equally, the first generation of iPhone was only bought by a handful of people. They're really rare. The 3G was the one that everyone fucking bought. The 3G was brought out 6 months after this fucking thing. Well, maybe not 6 months, 7? It wasn't a year. After this thing, it was cheaper and it was better in every way. And that's what everyone bought. This wasn't that popular. These are expensive and rare. Now, this does work. Is this plugged in? Is this cable actually plugged into anything? No. Let me just go around and plug that in. Yeah. Right. Now, this iPhone works. The slight problem with it, I've found. iPods are interesting. You can plug in the oldest iPod into a modern Mac, and the Mac will just go, hey, I know what iPod this is. I can download the most recent software for it. I can restore it, and I can sync to it. Doesn't matter. You can plug in the original. You can plug in one of these. Modern Mac OS, the newest version of Mac OS, has a modern, up-to-date icon for this specific iPod mini. Because they have back compatibility. iPhones, however, don't seem to get that level of back compatibility. Because this fucking iPhone does not show up in Mac OS at all. The screen's on, there you go. Also, to activate it, unlike all of these phones, which you can just say, set up without a SIM card, this fucking thing will not let you set it up without a SIM card. Onto my thumb. Oh yeah, it looks really dramatic on camera. It does not look nearly dramatic in real life. It looks super... The camera, it makes it look like I've cut a hole out of it. It's this tiny little cut. It looks very aggressive. I cut my fingers up all the time. I do lots of stuff with my hands, and I cut my fingers up all the time. That's excellent. I'm excited for this, but I need to somehow get it work. Like, I need to activate it somehow. I'm going to have to get a SIM card, but I don't even know if a modern SIM card will... it's going to be a bit of faff to actually get it into an OS, right? These two are interesting. So this is a first-generation iPad, which I got for £7. These are not collectible. At all. These are worthless, but you can get a fully working one for fucking nothing. Illustrated by the fact that I have two of them. These don't cost anything. Like, they don't cost anything. Both of these were under £10, and they work perfectly. Like, they work perfectly. I could happily use them for web browsing. Like, nowadays. Like, easily. Excellent. No, iPods have staying power. The thing is, iPods have become collectible now because of jackpots, which, admittedly, I'm also partially thinking. iPhones are also not collectible. iPhones have this weird thing, obviously. I've noticed from buying a load of them. Obviously, the newer ones, iPhones generally have quite a long lifespan. Which I know everyone talks about planned obsolescence with iPhones, but, like, iPhones last a long time. Like, an iPhone 6S still has the last version of iOS. You can still be comfortably using an iPhone 6S now. And that's just on the most newer software. Like, let alone, you could be using an iPhone 5S. Maybe not comfortably, but you could, easily. So kind of, the iPhone 6 onwards are being sold just as phones that you would use. So they're being sold for an actual price. Not overly expensive, but, you know, a working iPhone 6, it's going to be 90 quid, 100 quid, whatever. And it's not really interesting. And the older they get, iPhone 4s are worthless. Because they're not usable as phones anymore, and they're not collectible either. Because they were really popular, and no one's really collecting them. So they're worthless. You can get them for nothing. iPhone 5's a little more expensive. The the only iPhone that's collectible is this fucker. The first one. Because that is the rare one which actually has historical significance. That's the rare fucker. This is the fucking expensive thing. Bullshit. My dad's iPhone. The iPhone 6S. It got the last version, the newest version of iOS didn't go to the 6S, but the 6S is still getting security updates. That's a key point. It's still getting security updates. Apple support their phones are fucking yonks. Fucking yonks, mate. I'm gonna illustrate just briefly here. Phone background information. So original iPhone. Putting them on the iPad probably doesn't help illustrate it very much. I like the size difference. Most notably, I always like that these iPhones, the vertical screen size is the same as the horizontal screen size of the modern iPhone, Max iPhone. About the same thickness, interestingly enough. But I'm excited for this. I wanna give that a go. It's amazing to me because all of these, I like getting them, especially these handheld devices, because I think it's really interesting to see how they feel. I agree with you, Maurice. There's not much point. Admittedly, the 6S, still, you can go into a lot of repair shops and they just repair it like that for nothing. It's a popular phone. Spare parts are fucking falling up the ass, and it doesn't have those weird software locks that, or hardware locks like Apple does now with the software, so 6S is a popular phone. I've enjoyed these just because, obviously, the feel of them is what they're for. They're handheld devices, right? So, to use these iPods have always been so impressive to me, and still are, because this is ridiculous now. If this was released now as just a thing, this is insane to me. It's insane this was made fucking 15 years ago. This is just this beautifully made, incredibly thin, very intricate thing. And especially the little hard drives and these and everything, right? This iPhone 5 is a beautiful phone to hold. It is wonderful in the hand. It is effectively just a mini version of this one. Like, this is a wonderful phone to hold. And to use it, again, all of them have died. They do all work. Is really nice. This, I'm very surprised by this. I mean, it's obviously a bit thicker and heavier than I would expect. But this is a comfortable phone. You know, I've got these old fuckers here. I've got these old clunky boys, these old Nokia boys. I mean, I disassembled an old 3310. And the thing is, all these phones do feel of their age, right? They're very plasticky. It's a heavy plastic, but there's a definite feeling of, you know, age-wise of them, right? Like, there's a definite vibe to them. This thing feels modern. I mean, even when the screen comes on, even the little few screens I can interact with, it feels modern. Like, to hold it, because that's metal, that's aluminum. You notice, by the way, all these early Apple devices, all made with the same silver aluminum. That they still make the Macs and stuff out of, but they've moved away from the silver aluminum for most of their devices, at least the thick silver aluminum, because these will all remember from the aluminum unibody vibe, because, you know, Apple's aluminum unibody thing was the thing they brought in, and it first came in on this, then this, and this. This is wonderful to hold. This is a nice little thing. Also, really good nick. Like, it's a really good, surprisingly good nick for something that I got quite cheap. Like, it's, oh my god, the exposure. Oh my god, what do you do? You know, I'm excited. I kind of want to change one of these cameras to that Elgato one, but in classic Matt being an tech reviewers thing, all the tech reviewers just mention the autofocus out of hand. They didn't mention if it's fast or good, or if you can actually dial in the focus using, I don't know, the Elgato fucking dialy thing that just came out. Useless. I hate tech reviewers. Which one is that one? Which one is that one? It's this one. There we go. It's a bit scratched, but that is in really good nick. It's got no dents or anything. It's just a bit scuffed. It's just a bit scuffed. It's just a bit scuffed. And aside from it being a bit scuffed, it's in great nick. 85 quid. Well, 90 quid, including shipping. It's amazing that this has lasted so long. And I say, 90 quid's a lot. But these go for easily 500 quid. I'm surprised this didn't go for £500 because all the other working ones I've seen go for way fucking more. Even broken ones that are properly smashed up for parts are like 300 quid. Ridiculous. This thing, oh my god, I was using this normally, and I'm like, oh, this is perfectly pleasant. The big thing that surprised me about this iPad is that it's fucking heavy. This is fucking heavy. I was going to have a modern iPad Pro, like a 12.9-inch one, for comparison. However, currently Rebecca has it. Because originally I had an iPad that replaced my laptop, my old MacBook, and I was editing on it briefly, but that's been now supplanted by the MacBook, and then Rebecca hates using the Wacom because it just goes, it's slow and horrible. And I'm just like, Rebecca, try and use this iPad for the love of God. I know you don't like Apple, but just try it. It's not really doing anything in mine. And Rebecca's using it, and you know what? Rebecca fucking loves it. So they currently have that, and they're probably going to keep it. But either way, this is just heavy. It's fucking heavy. Do you know what version of the iOS version? I think it's running 0.3, or what? I think it's running, iOS 3. But as I say, I can't get into it. I can only get to the screen that says, please insert a SIM card, and I can make an emergency call on it. And that's all I can do on it. I need to activate it somehow, and I don't know if I even can. I haven't properly looked into it yet, frankly. But yeah, this is a heavy cunt. It's weird the screen's inset. Like, this glass is inset into the thing. It's clearly clipped in. It's heavy. It's quite substantial. You could use it. You could hold it to use it, but it's heavy. It's heavy. But it's nice. I like it. I like its design. The sound sounds like shit. By the way, I bought this on eBay from Akashi's. Still built well. Like, all these buttons feel good. Volume switch feels good. Headphone jack still works fine. It's in great nick. And these go for, again, nothing. Screen's not laminated. No. It's worth noting that even the newest version of the base model iPad, the 10th generation, the newest 10th, that got released the other day, that's got the new design, that does not have a laminated screen. None of the base model iPads do. I mean, this definitely didn't. This was a bit before laminated screens got really popular. I mean, I think these screens aren't even laminated. A lot of these iPod Touch screens. I mean, the iPod Touch 3rd Gen doesn't have a laminated screen. The reason these base model iPads don't have laminated screens still is because a lot of the people who buy these are education. And the screen not being laminated makes repairs pretty cheap because you can just replace, when a kid smashes the front glass, you can just replace the glass rather than the whole screen. So non-laminated screens have actually been very popular on the cheap iPads. And still to this day, the base model iPad still has a laminated screen, even with the newest design. So that's fun. And now the last boy is this, which is the MacBook Air, the one that Steve Jobs pulled out of a manila envelope, and everyone was like, "Oh, it's so thin," because it was. I don't know where this is from because the keyboard layout is not UK, it's not English. I don't know. Point is, cool, right? Original MacBook Air. This doesn't work. I bought it, not working. When I say it's not working, I do mean not working because it came pre-de-screwed and it's missing bits of the. It didn't have the back on when I got it, and it's missing the hard drive. Not here. It's a normal 2.5-inch hard drive, just a very slim one. It's for some reason missing the screws. The little boy. I mean, the thing is, right, this was very thin for the year it came out, but it is standard size hard drive, fan. It's not that small for nowadays, but it's got this battery, but it obviously, the aluminum unibody was a big deal. Something that's weird about this one, I always found, and I never had one of these because these were really expensive. I always liked that for the I/O, they had this little door, like they swing out, and that's your mini display port, USB, headphone jack, and then you had MagSafe over here on this weird little angle. Just like I had a little door. USB 2.5 drive. Not on me, but equally, I think there's way more wrong with this than just the drive. Like, this was sold cheap, very broken. Like, this is properly fucked. I could maybe try and repair it, but honestly, I got this. Because the thing is, especially with these old Macs, they're all the same to use them. Like, they all feel like an old Mac. I'm just curious what it felt like. I wanted to know what this felt like. Is this rust? Is that rust at the bottom? I mean, I think it's just dirt. I think it's just very gross dirt. It's dirt. It's dirty. This was cheap. Getting a working one of these original Airs is quite expensive. Mac collecting was the original thing I always wanted to get into. Right? It's why I got into this in the end, because I saw DangPods doing this. I went, oh, that's a way to kind of get my Mac collecting bug, but very cheap and that they don't take up much space. Mac collecting is something I've always wanted to do, because I fucking love old Macs. I would love to have every generation of like, you know, the of iMacs, right? iMac G3 and G4, stunning, right? The iBook G3. I mean, the G3 iBook and the G3 iMac, those very colored plastic, excellent. Every single person I speak to fucking loves those computers. I love old Macs. I love the design of them. I would love to collect old Macs. They are very, very expensive. They are very, very large. And they are very time-consuming to make sure they work correctly. So, it is not something I am doing. Because they are fucking expensive. You missed the colored plastic bodies. Wish to bring it back. I mean, the newest iMac, the 24-inch, they made a big deal because when they did the advertising for the newest iMac, the colors it comes in are the colors that iMac G3 came in. They're just in aluminum now. And the ad is the same. The ad is a nostalgic throwback to the original G3. That's why it's in those colors. It's in the colors of the G3. They're just not plastic, obviously. But this was the... I'm very curious about first. And obviously Apple in this period is when they were sort of... Steve Jobs came back and he was going, I'm going to do these big swathes of changes, right? Originally with the iPod, I'd love a first-gen iPod, but, you know, closest we're going to get is, for now, is this boy. And, you know, all of these are interesting because they kind of represent quite a big leap forward. And they're very much a starting point of the industry going, oh, we're doing this thing now. This is the start of smartphones. Modern smartphones are from this. Yes, this was not the first smartphone, but this was the one that set the benchmark for every smartphone that ever released after this. This is one of the most influential pieces of technology to ever exist. For better or worse, whether or not it should have been, but it is. Because it's about it's the influence of them, right? The design of these is what every modern smartphone is based on, right? Same with the iPhone 4. After the iPhone 4 came out, every modern smartphone went for this kind of glass sandwich design. They all still do it now. All of them. iPods, for that pre-period, were just this, again, set the standard of design. Everyone was copying them. And this is modern notebooks. Modern notebooks are all based off this original MacBook Air. Ever since this MacBook Air came out, modern notebooks went, oh, we have to compete with this. And then every Mac that ever released since this MacBook Air has been based on this MacBook Air. Because remember, when this came out, I mean, what? You had the titanium PowerBook, which was a metal. It was metal, but it wasn't a unibody. You had the plastic MacBook at the time, which I had. And you had this, which is this aluminum unibody thing. Which, again, can I just point out, even though it's completely fucked, still has a fully working one-finger hinge, because Macs do that. I mean, mostly. The weight's off, because there's nothing here. But mostly works. Excellent. Keyboard still feels very nice to use. And if it was functional, I could probably use it properly. Like, it feels nice. It feels like a modern Mac. I mean, this glass trackpad, Gold standard for trackpads, still used today. I mean, we're using the clicky button still before we went to the whole thing, but this set, again, the benchmark for modern Macs. How much does it do when you press the keys? I mean, key flex in Macs is not really a thing. If I really press it, I mean, Oh, focus. Why are you like this? You could just, you have a very simple job. It's to focus. That is all I need you to do. Flex is when I fucking actually push it in. Solid machine. Excellent machine. Your MacBook comes from Estonia. Ooh. What are you typing on a keyboard? I was typing the exact words I was saying. I was typing the exact words that I was saying. You notice, by the way, my touch typing, left hand, all the right hand, just this. Hello, my name is Matt, and I would like to be over, like, I used, but this, I'm just like, boop, 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 boop. I don't know why. I say I just got this because I think I'd love a working one of these at some point, but I just was curious, especially because I had the first gens of most of the things in this era of Apple, and honestly, this gets me most of what I want. This gets me most of what I want. I mean, the keyboard feels right. The build is the same. The trackpad still feels. Everything still feels correct. I mean, it was this. It was this. Yeah, it's this weird little. I love that. I fucking love that. I mean, that feels. I don't know if any of you have AirPods, and you can fix it up. I mean, this is missing a lot of parts. I did not buy it with the intent of fixing it up. I mean, I could, but it's pretty beat up. It's missing a load of parts. It's really fucked. It's really scratched. Like, I would want a working, like a nice condition one. I say they're just a faff. It's something I'd like to get into the future when I have more money. But if you've ever AirPods, that sort of magnetic closure they have, which I think everyone who ever buys these sort of does this at some point. Because that is always very satisfying. Metal hinge. This just feels the same. This feels just the same. Ooh. Excellent. And I also, by the way, there's a diagram. There is a diagram here for how to remove this and put it back, which I appreciate. This has a lot of screws. Well, one of the first things, it's got a lot of screws. It feels of its age. I mean, the outside design is very similar to a modern computer, but inside it feels like a computer of its era. It's a lot of direct connections, thick connectors, thick transistors, thick, bulky, actual cable fits. I mean, loose wires, lots of screws. Like, everything is screwed down. Every single thing. A modern computer would either glue everything or they'd just be pre-baked into the case. But this screwed everything down. This flex cable. I mean, I'm assuming this would be over the hard drive. This flex cable does obviously flex when you open it. Slightly, you can see it move. And this, all of these units, like this thing, is just screwed in. Like, I could unscrew this element and just replace it. It was a bit loose, actually. It still is a little loose. But I just tightened all the screws and it's works better now. I like this. I'm glad I bought it. I don't have any expectations of it ever working, and I didn't buy it with any expectations of it ever working. That's not anti-repaired or were applied back then. It wasn't like they... It's not a repairability thing. It's just a fucking practicality thing. I mean, these everything's glued in, and these they aren't. It's a size thing. Everyone talks about anti-repairability, but I find it very frustrating because from an actual physical hardware perspective, Apple are probably one of the best repairability, at least in phones. The problem is with Apple's anti-repairability moment is they do these fucking like firmware locks of their things, which is bullshit and horrible because you can buy an identical screen. You can get 2 identical iPhones and swap their screens, and each of the phones will be like, "Nah, it's not a genuine Apple. It's not a genuine screen, mate. Can't disable lots of random features because the screens aren't genuine." It's like we could. They like UID lock them, which admittedly the original Xbox did. The original fucking Xbox did that with its hard drive, which means you can't replace the fucking hard drive properly without a massive fan of. It's fine. The thing is, all of these, like just these connectors and stuff like that, it's not about anti-repairability or not. It's literally just this was the standard. Now it's way easier just to have everything soldered and glued because it makes them thinner and it makes them smaller and it makes them easier to produce. Which is why they do it. Has battery become a pillow? I mean, this is the battery. This entire thing is the battery. Again, every MacBook ever since this has gone with this design, right? This is a wedge-shaped thing. Only very recently have we moved to the flat, non-wedge design, which came from the new iPads. But everything, and the layout's the same. Small motherboard at the back. Small motherboard at the back. Battery taking up the wedge. And it's a tapered battery as well, which was a big deal when this came out. They were like, hey, look, we filled the entire bottom with the battery and it's fucking tapered. And we've just filled every inch of it with battery. Opening this up, it just feels like a modern computer in a lot of ways. And I think that's quite amazing considering this is from what, 2009? 2008? 2009? 2007? I can't remember. Either way, I like it. I'm glad I bought this. I have no intent of making it working, but I like it. When you disassemble it for display, not these. These are too big. The reason I like disassembling these for display is because they're small and you can put them in a little frame. And these are not. Disassembling this will abstract it so much to the point it's useless, and B, if you just a huge frame, I wouldn't. The appeal of these, at least MacBooks, and Apple and sort of Apple computers generally, is just actually having them. A microphone is actually just having the physical thing to hold and be like, look, this is what it was like. Because I think it's interesting. I think holding it, because to use it, I use macOS Leopard. I know what using Leopard's like. I use Leopard from this era. I know what it's like, especially same as on macOS, but it looks wetter and it's slower. Like, it's basically the same thing. So to use this isn't really going to be any different from any other Mac. It's got a glass trackpad, the clicky button thing, all the buttons are in the fucking same place. It's going to feel like a modern Mac, effectively, with an old operating system. Which, I would like it to work, but it doesn't really matter, because the main thing I care about from any of these things, for the most part, is holding it and feeling what it was like to just manipulate and have. You know, I remember when this came out, and I saved up for years. I saved up, I think, 3 or 4 years to buy my first Mac, which was black, with the black plastic MacBook from 2007. Which I love that thing. And when this got announced, and I used to, because I was taking that, and I was doing school at the time, so I was taking it to school. And it's a heavy thing. It was thick and it was heavy. It was a black plastic MacBook, you know. It was a thin laptop for the time, but it was still fit. Fucking chunky con. And when this came out, I remember seeing that and going, oh, fucking hell. Oh, I'd love that. I fucking love that. Because, I mean, hang on. Where's my boy? Where's the boy? I always bring the boy out. Want to bring the boy out? No, every excuse to bring my boy out. Every excuse to bring my boy out. Man, Apple products also so well made. Yeah, honest to God, they're all like, this is the thing with them. Everyone's always like, oh, they're overpriced and stuff like that. Yeah, they're fucking expensive, but frankly, they have never felt like you can see where the money goes. And my boy, the Retina MacBook, the thinnest laptop Apple ever made. I fucking love this. This was effectively the spiritual successor to this. I fucking love this computer. Oh, I love my boy because it's just so comically thin. What the fuck? I mean, even next to a fucking iPod Nano, it's thin. What the fuck is that? How the it's thinner than an iPod. This fuck is tiny. It's thinner than this. At its thickest point, it's still thinner than the iPod Nano. What? And the screen is basically just a slice. I could cut things with this. It is just impossibly thin. I adore this so much. I love this laptop. I mean, it's pure aluminum unibody. It's all metal. I mean, hinge is metal, even because the thing is, these still had a plastic hinge. All metal, 2 pieces, well, 3 pieces of metal, I guess. Well, no, 2. I mean, was this? I can't remember if the bottom casing, this bit was cut from the bottom, but you can see all one metal piece. No fan. I mean, this feels like a laptop for its time. This brought in the this is the first one with a haptic trackpad, so it doesn't click. All modern Macs use this trackpad. All modern Macs use the trackpad because it doesn't physically click, but when you turn it on, you go, and it feels like it clicks. It's amazing. It feels exactly like it clicks. This was the first one to have that butterfly keyboard that we've now retired because they kept fucking breaking. This one also has. Again, it went for the full black screen. I love this. It's impossibly thin. Again, much like the Air, where I got rid of a lot of ports, this goes USB-C, headphones, yeah, that's it, fuck you. Some fucking modern phones have more ports than this, you know, like, I loved this. You know, I bought this. This is Intel, and it runs like shit. It performs like shit. I cannot tell you how unpleasant this is to use purely because of the Intel chip in it. Now, what's very frustrating about this is Apple could release this exact laptop today, and it would still be amazing, and it would still be revolutionary, and they could put a fucking M2 in it, and it'd be amazing. Like, they could just release a clone of this with an M2 in it, it'd be amazing. Or even an M1, I don't care. The Intel chip that was in this was incredibly bad. Because Intel chips, I mean, laptop chips just were notably bad. Every MacBook from this era, all of them, even the Pros, were just hemorrhaged by these Intel chips that were frankly too fucking hot and they underperformed. And Apple were trying to make smaller and smaller laptops, and everything else was smaller, and they just didn't have the thermal headroom for the Intel chips. Were incredibly hot, and even this one, this doesn't have a fan, right? Which, you know, modern M1 powered Apple Silicon Macs and iPads, it doesn't fucking matter. They don't have a fan. They can run it full whack and it'll be grand. Yeah. I remember running a podcast on this. You know, an original podcast. The video. And it's a 2-hour bit of footage. On my current Mac, it takes... Actually, I'd say the current Mac takes 2 hours to render it, but that's because there's the waveform. It does the whole waveform rendering as well. The original ones, it was just that little... The background, it was just the... It's just the background. Just the little background looping. That's all it was with the audio. It took 30 hours. When I started the render, it was like, it's fine, I'll take 5 hours. I went, okay, that's a while, but I'll let you do it. And after about, I want to say 60 seconds, it went, family throttle, it's going to take 30 hours. I'm like, what? And I'm like, yeah, sorry, I've gotten too hot already. And I'm like, you're not doing anything. And I was like, yeah. I love this thing. Admittedly, I did try to sell it a few times. And I haven't been able to for various reasons. And every time I've not sold it, I have not been disappointed because I want to sell it because, I mean, CEX will buy this for like a few £100. The reason they won't is because one of these keys inconsistently presses. Because, again, it's just a butterfly. It's one of the Mac butterfly keyboards, which are infamously shit. But every time I get it back, I love it. And I kind of don't want to get rid of it. Because I like it. I like it. I really like it. It's just, I mean, it's just nothing. It just doesn't seem like it's a computer. It doesn't seem possible. This is thinner than thinner than every modern iPad. It's thinner than every modern Mac. It's thinner than every modern iPhone. It's thinner than this. The thinnest it's the thinnest thing Apple have ever made. It is just comical. And it's a full computer. Like, this boy's chunky. He looks thin because he's tapered, but he's chunky. Right. Look at this entire thing. It's about the same. The entire thing is about the same thickness as the MacBook Air's screen. So it ran like shit, keyboard shit. The keyboard is nice to use. I like this keyboard. It's got very little travel, but I like it. I like these really low-profile keyboards. Notable by the fact that the keyboard I have, that I use just day to day, is this, which is a Logitech MX Keys mechanical. Because I like mechanical feeling, but these are low-profile. I don't like high-profile mechanicals because they feel really annoying. But I like low-profile. I like low-profile. I like to use this, but a lot of people with from this laptop to like just before the M1 MacBook Pro got released, all these were these butterfly keyboards, which just had an infamously high fail rate because if a bit of dust gets under there, it fucks it up, and you can't fix it. I like to use the keyboard. It's got like no travel whatsoever. It's barely like it moves, but it's barely moving. I like it. I like this a lot. And it was slow, but the reason I got this, I bought a Asus netbook for like 200 quid because I was traveling all the time. I didn't need a laptop at the time. I used to just have like this big 15-inch MacBook, which I ended up getting rid of, and I had a Hackintosh for a while, and then I got really frustrated with the Hackintosh because it's just annoying. It worked, but it was annoying. And then I angrily bought an iMac to do everything on. And I didn't need a laptop. And I started traveling loads. I was going to Dublin like every week or every 2 weeks. Because I was looking after my nan, Alzheimer's. And so I was going there all the time. And I needed a computer to just do shit on and work on. So I bought this little Asus netbook. So I'm like, fuck it, I just need to be high end. Whatever. I just need to be able to browse the web and do light tasks on it. The Asus netbook it looked nice. Windows runs like shit on this machine that I'm streaming from, and this machine is incredibly expensive. And Windows is still shit. That's the first problem. Second problem, if you think this runs poorly, oh my god, that little fucking Asus, oh my god, it ran like shit. You pressed you just touched it lightly, and the whole thing just went whoop, like horrible. It looked lovely. I thought it was a really pretty computer. And the second you tried to touch it or interact with it, it just was horrible. I was trying to click on it, and the fucking palm, the thumb rejection was bad. Like, you know, because these trackpads, right? Obviously, it's one thing. But when you do this, you have to reject the thumb. macOS has never ever not done that incredibly well. I have never ever had it not reject my thumb, ever. That Asus kept constantly. I'd be doing this, and I do this because you know you readjust, and macOS will go, "Oh, that's a thumb. I'm going to ignore it." The Asus didn't. It was just like, "Oh, you've clicked." I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing? Oh, you right click. What are you doing?" And it would freeze. Oh, I hated it. I got really angry after literally about 2 weeks of using it. 3 weeks of using it. I angrily returned it. I walked into the Apple store, and I bought it. It's the most expensive impulse purchase I have ever made. And I did not regret it because I liked the laptop a lot. And frankly, for what I needed it for, it was perfect. Yeah, it was really slow. And frankly, trying to use it now with the most up-to-date macOS you can put on it, it's just generally slow to use because that's why when you put a more modern OS on it than it was originally intended for, and it just kind of is running a bit like shit. Same with modern web browsing. The thing is, you can load modern websites on this, but modern websites are doing a lot more than a website from when this was released. What, like 7 years ago? So it's just slower. But at the time, it was great. I'd do web browsing on it. I'd do just admin stuff on it. I had Photoshop on it. It ran Photoshop perfectly fine. I did loads of thumbnails on it. I even did editing on it sometimes. I had to do it a bit awkwardly. Because it couldn't run the full res stuff, so I made like a proxy version of like the video that Dan sent me, and I made like a 240p version, and I put the 240p version, and I edited the 240p version, which looked like shit. I edited it on this when I was away, and then when I got home, I'd copy the project file to my main computer, and then I'd replace the proxy media with the high quality media, and then it was just the finished product, which is awkward, but I could. And And then in the end, I was traveling more and more and more, and I clearly just needed something I could actually properly edit on the go. And I got the iPad Pro to replace this, which did its job very well for the years I had it. Your use case just changes. But I love it. I love this machine. I love to hold it. I love to use it. Putting this in, I could put this in. The bag I had for this is just tiny. I could put this under my shirt in my I could put it in my back, like under my belt. You wouldn't notice. Nothing. I love this computer so much because it's a little netbook, but it's the highest quality little netbook you could possibly use. I love this machine so much, and if Apple made one today, because again, I keep saying Apple's modern laptops, the hardware in them is what this wanted to be. Apple, why don't you release this? Because Apple don't have a MacBook currently. Remember that, they have a MacBook Air and they have a MacBook Pro. They don't have a MacBook line. Now, there's two places the MacBook could go, and I've argued for a while that the 13-inch MacBook Pro that currently exists, which is just the old design, should just be rebranded MacBook, which admittedly would be a nice round thing because the first 13-inch unibody MacBook was rebranded from MacBook to MacBook Pro. So, you know, full circle and all that. And in the product line, it would make more sense because it's the older basic thing. It's weird being called a MacBook Pro and it's against these whatever. I don't understand. Or they could do this. Or make this the MacBook Air. Whatever. I want them to make this. I would buy it. What would I do with it? I don't know. But I want it. I want it. I want a laptop that is just this nothing. I want a laptop that is just... I want a laptop that I can cook vegetables with if I so desire. I adore it. And again, even though it weighs nothing and is as thin as a sheet of paper, ooh, look at that one finger hinge. Ooh, that fucking Asus netbook I had to fucking like grab like this and be like, and I had to like hold it to do that because if I held it like that, it would just go and be like, but separate. There's a reason I buy Macs, especially MacBooks, because a laptop you're obviously physically interacting with all the time. For a desktop, it's less important the physical nature of it because a desktop I just hide away. Laptop I'm interacting with, and the fact that instant on, you know, you'd just be like, oh, I'm out of power. It's sliding off because it's got no grip on this other bit of aluminum, but ooh, and it'd be on. I'd be like, boop, 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 boop. And I had an incredibly good battery life as well, like a 10-hour battery life. Which how the fuck? I love this so much, and I just like the lineage. I like the lineage, right? I enjoy the lineage a lot. I'm thinking of using this, by the way, because it's sat there because it works. It doesn't run most of my Mac OS. Every time I try and use it, I'm like, oh, this is unpleasant use just because it's slow. But I need a server. I want a server that's just can exist here and run Dropbox and put stuff on an external drive. And I was looking to buy one. I was looking at like Raspberry Pis. It was like secondhand M1 Mac Minis because I want something really power efficient and quiet without a fan. And I'm like, well, I have this. And if all it's doing is running Dropbox, probably. So I'm probably going to use it for that because I want a little thing. And I was like, oh, if I get a Mac Mini or a Raspberry Pi, I need to connect it with a display and I need a thing. It's going to be a faff. I'd rather just have I'd rather have a laptop that I can just keep in a cupboard that's on. And if I need to mess with it, I can just go boop and everything's there and it's still running. And I was looking at the M1 MacBook Airs, and I'm like, it's a lot of money to spend for just that. And I'm like, well, I have this, which is basically what I need. It's just old. So I'm going to try that with this because I love this so much. It's my favorite laptop ever. It's crap, but I like it. I love it. Oh. Anyone you talk to who owned one of these likes it. Everyone who owned one of these liked it. Like, there is just, if you own one, you know. If you know, you know. Like, it doesn't, I know when I explain it, it doesn't really, it sounds a bit shit. But literally, if you owned and used one, you're like, oh, God. Mwah. Wonderful. Lovely thing. Snazzy Labs is one of my favorite Mac tech people, and he always raves about it as well. I love the thing. Can you use an iPad to edit? Says Scribble. You can. Modern iPads. Yeah. Modern iPads have the power to edit easily. The new M2 iPad Pros have like dedicated ProRes rendering engines and shit like that. However, they don't run Final Cut. Like, the biggest problem with iPads for the longest time is not that they are physically incapable. It's more that the software doesn't exist. There's LumaFusion, which I edited some videos on, but it's awkward and not very good. And I want Final Cut, which is the Mac editing software, which could easily run on an iPad, but they just haven't made it yet for some reason. DaVinci Resolve is coming to iPad. They announced that. You can get DaVinci Resolve on the iPad soon. Photoshop has a light version. I mean, Affinity Photo is Photoshop, and yeah, it has a full version on iPad called Publisher and Illustrator equivalents. Excellent. I loved it. I edited loads of thumbnails on it. I say the biggest problem is just the file management is awkward because, you know, like a DadQ video, for example, Steve puts, 50 clips in folders in Dropbox. Dropbox auto syncs them. I drag the folder into Final Cut. Final Cut goes, puts them into tags, gives each day a tag, so they're in separate folders, and I drag them all in. It takes about 5 seconds. On the iPad, it won't auto-download them, because that's not how Dropbox works. I have to go to the Files app. I can't download a folder. You have to download each file one by one. So I go through each file, and it times out. I'm like, what's going on? I have to do it again. I'm like, I have to import it. And the app's like, I have to import it. We can't just read it directly from files. We have to copy everything into a little hole. So I'm like, what? And LumaFusion's like, okay, we have to now just copy 100 files. I'm like, what are you... So I have to sit there while LumaFusion copies 100 gigs of fucking files over. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then they finally do it, and I'm like, right, grab them in. But then they're not sorted. So then it was just a bit of a fanny on for like NerdCube videos where it's just a single clip. And like, because the NerdCube video is just the game and the audio. You sync them, you cut it. It was fine. I could use LumaFusion for that, and I did. There are a few NerdCube videos which were fully edited, uploaded, rendered, and thumbnailed on an iPad. Plays. And you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know to look at them. It ran perfectly. I mean, but I remember I rendered one of them on it, and it took about 10 minutes. And I remember doing that and going, oh. And that was on an A12 iPad before the M1s were even announced. And I did that, and I went, oh, fucking hell, how was that rendering? Like, it rendered a NerdCube video faster than my iMac Pro. And I went, ooh. Ooh. Which is why my M1 Pro MacBook, because I use the Mac I use now, which is docked currently, and all my audio is going through, is a M1 Max MacBook Pro 15-inch. Fully spec'd out, fucking expensive. It's the best computer I've ever owned, period. Period! Best computer I have ever owned. Ever. I'm making a version of Photoshop shit on iPad. It's amazing, it's free. I can't recommend Affinity Photo enough. Affinity Photo just had Affinity Photo 2 released. You can get a package for all 3 apps, Affinity Photo, Affinity Design, and Affinity... I can't remember the names, but it's basically Photoshop, Illustrator, and Microsoft Publisher equivalents, which are full versions. They run amazingly, and they're amazing. All of them for a lifetime license for both Mac, PC, and iPad. 90 quid. 90 fucking quid, mate. Bargain. Fucking or 30 quid a pop. 30 quid an app. For life. I love them. I've been using them for everything. I love Affinity Photo. It's great. It's like Photoshop, but it runs way better. And it's made by a company I like more, and it doesn't charge me a ludicrous amount a month, and it doesn't lag, and it works nicely, and it has a nice iPad version. Excellent. Excellent. Love that. But it's if Final Cut was on the iPad, it'd be a different story, and the Files app was different, but currently that's the limiting factor. But as I say, the iPad came kind of redundant because I got this big Mac, which I now take with me when I travel, and I edit on. Because it's my main computer, which is really convenient. Because previously, the problem with laptops always is that they're a second device. You have to copy things. I can be editing something on my desktop and just press the undock button, pull it out, and it's my laptop. Oh, I'm off. And it runs better than my previous desktop. I cannot express to you how it's my favorite computer I have ever owned, and I love it so much in every way. It's got amazing battery life, performance, the speakers are great, the mics are great, the keyboard's great, the trackpad's fantastic, the screen is the best screen I have ever used in my life on anything, and it still is. I have never seen a better oh my god, fuck me. Oh, click render on a fucking pile of 20 videos, and it's like, bam, I'm already done. I'm like, what the fuck? The first thing I ever did on that computer was last year's Ashton's Advent series. And I rendered all 25 videos in a go, which is, it's 2 cameras. They're not complicated, obviously. They're only 1080p, 2 cam. Well, I thought maybe a couple of effects here and there. A couple of layered effects, audio effects, compression, blah, blah, blah. Basic things. They're about 5 minutes pop. There's 25 of them. It rendered all 25 of them in 15 minutes from start to finish. I'm like, oh my god. Ha! Best. Oh, I did them on the iMac Pro. I rendered them on the iMac Pro just to see what the difference was. And the iMac Pro took about 40 minutes. 15 it took. 15! I did it on battery power. It was on battery. It was unplugged. Ah, I love it. Best thing. I love it so much. Can't. Excellent. Anyway. Our computers, man. Richard. Hey, do you want to see something else? So this is just the Matt showing things he's got. Also, I've got this, which is a port for an iPhone 4S, because there's something wrong. One of these is a 4, one of these is a 4S. Because originally I thought I had a 4, but it was a 4S. I was like, oh, we'll repair it. Because the Wi-Fi, I think the Wi-Fi antenna doesn't work. And I think that's... I bought a part. I can't remember what it is, but I have it now. So that's good. And Rebecca also got me into... I know. I know, I was like, I didn't care, and then I was opening the cards, and they were like, let's play Pokemon, and I played it, and I went, oh, this is fun. Like, I liked it as a game, I liked it as a card game, and I liked the deck building aspect, and I got into Marvel Snap, so I was like, ooh, and I'm kind of like, ooh, I'm in a deck building mood. Got into a deck building mood. Nice thing, they have 7 billion cards, and I have free reign of them, because technically the companies. Haven't spent a penny. Well, I have, but... Ooh. Check. Oh. There's a little man. Oh, Rebecca's hidden a little man. Hello, little man. Well, no, he was in there. I'd have checked. Put you over there, little balloon man. Sad little deflated testicle balloon man. He looks a bit sad. There he is. Oh, he's a bit... All right. So, it's a balloon with a face on it. I have 2 decks. I have a dark deck, and I have a metal deck. I bought sleeves for, not just for visuals, but just because sleeves are actually really nice to play with. And it's good for sorting sleeves. I got these sleeves from Japan. Right. Got 2 boys. I like him a lot. Daniel beats me every time. A Metal Boy. Oh, it's Metal Boys. Oh, it's Metal. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Pokemon. Big Metal Boy. Oh, big boy. Metal Boy. Look at that big boy. Oh, he's a big one. Oh, look how big he is. Oh, he's so big. He's so big. He's like, oh, we got him. He's big. He's a big boy. But I want the bigger boy. He's big and he's shiny and he's colorful. Ooh. It can do what? 280 damage in a single shot, which is excellent. And blah 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 blah. Oh, Licky. Who is not a metal Pokemon, but I like Licky because he's a big tongue and he's like Licky. A lot of things are in here just because I like them. I'm pretty sure Clefkey's in here just because he's fucking some keys. Well, I'm not into Pokemon. I haven't ever been, which is part of the problem with it, with this for me. But I do enjoy the designs of Pokemon, and I do enjoy that there's like, you're just being like, oh, because you got some Pokemon, it's like, oh, it's a cat, whatever. And it's like, here's a fucking key ring. And I'm like, why is there just some keys? Oh, this. That's not an N95. This is a... I like it. Dark deck. Oh, the dark boy. Oh, Dark Ray. Ooh. Cough King. I like dark Pokemon because I think they're fun and I'm edgy. Oh, he's an angry little boy. Oh, he's angry, but he's cute. Cute, but he's angry. Oh, he's angry and cute. He is. Oh, he's. Wow, that's a terrible angle. Oh my god, that's worse. Can I get an angle where it's not glared? Can we stop this, please, Mr. Camera? Can we get you in focus as well? Because that'd be helpful. Almost. These sleeves are a bit weird. They're like matte. But I like. Oh, look at him. He's a big mess of trash. He's a big trash boy. Oh, look. He's just some balls. Ah, Pokemon. I do enjoy the. Oh, this. It's just a Samsung thing. These are old phones I've used. I used that for a while when I was young. Oh, he's big boy. Dark Ray. I'm thinking of putting a lot of big Pokemon in this. Never played Pokemon. It's a deck build of the 60 cards. You do whatever you want with them. Which I enjoy immensely. Oh, it's Greninja. I was thinking of putting a lot of big, powerful V cards in. Basically, the whole if you never played the Pokemon card game, all it is you go, I'm going to deal 6 prize cards. You deal 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 into your hand, and that's your hand. And then you start the game. You have to make sure you have 1 basic Pokemon. You play that, and then you go, bam, that's your active Pokemon. You can have 5 Pokemon on your bench. First to get all the prize cards wins. You get a prize card by killing or knocking out another person's Pokemon. So if I, for example, knocked out someone else's Pokemon and they were killed, I will take a prize card. And it goes in my hand. And once you've got none left, you win. If you kill one of these boys, you get 1 prize card. But if you kill these big, strong boys, like this boy, this V boy, you get 2 prize cards. So these are stronger, but they're riskier. Like that big boy. Big boy, big shiny boy. A big boy, big shiny metal man. Big him. He's the evolution of him. And he gives 3 cards. He's 3 fucking prize cards if he dies. It's like half your fucking game over. It's fun. I was thinking about adding a lot to this dock. I think I have these. Also, I bought some cards because I'm playing Pokemon Go. And they had we went to the raid because I saw it in the distance and I was like, oh my god, what's that? What's that Pokemon? I want that Pokemon. I want whatever that Pokemon is. I want whatever that big boy is. We got him. We beat it. We beat the 5-star raid. With just the 3 of us, which I was quite surprised by. And we got a boy. And that boy is just in a moment. I'll show you the boy. That boy is it's Guzzlord. Oh, he's a big boy. Oh, what about 2 of them? Oh, look. He's a big boy. He's a big boy who likes to eat things. His claws come out of his mouth because he pulls them right in. He guzzles things. That's his vibe. He likes to eat. He's a big Guzzlord. Look at him. He's having a lovely day. I want to talk about Pokemon cards. Look at him. Look at him. That's another one. That's a big boy. Look at him. This one's rad, by the way. This Glutton GX attack. It uses 5 energy. And it does 100 damage. But, for example, if I was playing a game against someone and they were, let's say they had that Pokemon in their active slot and I killed that Pokemon with this, I get to take 4 prize cards. 4! Excellent. Tinner Robin, I have a deck on TCG online that's just 4 of those Guzzlord GX cards and 56 Dark Energies. I mean, that's a fair strategy. Well, that's the thing with Pokemon. What I quite like about it as a deck builder is that currently these decks are balanced appropriate. Like if you buy a starter deck, they're balanced with 20 energy, like 20 trainer cards and 20 Pokemon. Right, so you've got 20 of these boys, which is the currency you do with these. 20 of these like trainer things, are just items or people that you can play, and 20 Pokemon. But you don't have to do that. You could just have 4 of these boys. And just an entire deck of energy. Problem is, obviously, when you deal your prize cards, You could get very unlucky, and all of these could be in the prize cards, and your entire deck is just energy that you can't do anything with. And I suppose you can't do that because to start the game, you have to have a Pokemon on your bench, so you're guaranteed to have one. That's a strategy. It takes 5 turns to get him up, though. He doesn't have that much health. I like it as a deck builder. I'm finding it fun as like a strategy thing. I mean, the Pokemon are fun. Like, Dan and Rebecca would collect the cards. I don't really care about collecting the cards at all. I've got these 2 decks, but I don't have any other cards aside from what's in the deck and a couple of ones that I'm kind of testing to see if I need to swap them out. Like, I have some cards here that are just purely... I don't want to say that. What's this? Oh! Rebecca's put these in. These were in the goodie bag Rebecca did for their birthday. I appreciate that. Nothing. Oh! Whatever. Yeah, I just keep them. And I like playing the game. I'm enjoying playing the game. That's what I got it for. Oh, boy. Which I like, because Dan and Rebecca were always opening those Pokemon cards, and I was like, they were like, wow, a thing! And I'm like, it kind of doesn't mean anything, really, does it? It's just a thing. I was like, wow, a thing! And I'm like, okay. Wow, it's a Flippity Flop! But I'm like, wow, Flippity Flop. Fuck that. And I'm like, wow, it's cute. And I'm like, I guess, but I don't really care. However, now that I play a game, I'm like, oh, that'd be good in my deck. Oh, I like that one. That'd be good in my deck. I'm enjoying it. I'm all for that now. Now my Pokemon card. I want to show them off because I like them. No, as my dark deck is my main deck. My dark deck is my main boy. And it's the one I'm the most indecisive with, because I have these big 4 cards which are currently not in the deck. I just have them. There's not many dark Pokemon cards or like decks or anything you get pre-done, so you kind of have to just... I've been kind of grabbing everything that's dark Pokemon themed and using it. This box I got... This is the only box I ever bought because it was dark Pokemon themed and it had a dark Pokemon on the box. And I got really annoyed because I bought the box. I was like, well, it'll come with that Pokemon. It doesn't come with the fucking Pokemon. I had to buy them separately from an eBay seller for like £2. I bought about 4 cards from eBay and they all cost me about £2. That's the amount of money I've spent on Pokemon. That is it. That's all the money I've spent. That is it. Because all the rest of the cards came from the NerdTube reserves. Because all those cards Dan and Rebecca are buying, technically, company cards. They're company Pokemon cards because they've been buying them for streams. I'm doing them on stream, so... That's the COO way! Executive action, you know. Executive Pokemon cards. Things in my instruction deck. Okay. Wow, Pokemon. Wait! Oh, I got another... Oh, right, I did buy another thing the other day, actually. I bought. Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. Pokemon ball. You buy these balls, and I was like, wow, I can keep my deck in it. You know what was in here? Three booster packs, which had like 10 cards in each. And a coin. I mean, I think it's neat looking. Yeah, I think it's cool looking. But you can't... It's just a metal ball. You can't put anything in it, really. I mean, I could put other things in it, like, I don't know, sweets. I could put condoms in it, you know, I could put illicit substances, maybe, you know. Balloon people. There he goes. Ooh, he's in there. Oh! Go! Balloon boy! Come on! Do something. Balloon boy, I shoot you. I like it. I'm getting into it as a game, which I'm enjoying quite a bit. That's my... they're my general updates. They're my stream themed updates. Aside from the fact my office is actually an office now and I've got space. Oh my god, there's space. I've got shelves now. I've got shelves. I'm excited to disassemble a lot of these. I'm going to disassemble one of those iPads completely, those first gen ones, because I've got 2. I mean, they both work, but they don't cost anything. They were like, I said, they were £7 each, they both work. So I'm going to take apart one of them, just out of curiosity. One of these is a 4, one of these is 4S. Or both of them might be a 4S, potentially. Oh, yeah, no, they're both 4S. They're both the same model. So I'm going to take one of these apart. Because this 4S and 4 are basically identical. So I'm going to take one of these apart. And display it. I would love... My whole thing with these, any of these, is I want a working one. I want a working one of each thing. I want one I take apart and one that works that I can have. And I'm unsure what to do about the phones because, practically speaking, what am I going to do with this? Aside from open it and go, oh, it's an iPhone 5. Wow. And then put it down and never think about it again. But I do like having a working example because I think that's fun. So I don't think I think I'll just get another iPhone 5 and disassemble it. My thinking is for the iPhones, I mean, I was just trying to get all the iPods, but for the iPhone, my thinking is just, you know, one from each era. So, you know, we got the first gen era, we got the 3G and 3GS, so one of those two. The 4 and the 4S, so one of those two. The 5 and the 5S are a bit more tricky because the 5S got the Touch ID thing, which I think is interesting in its own right. So I'd probably just do the 5. Not the 5S. Then, you know, 6 or the 6S, basically the same. 7 and the 8 are basically the fucking same. You know. 10 and the 10S are the same. You know. 12 and the 13 are basically the same. You know, one of them. Not everyone, but just one of them. But I would like to disassemble one of these. I think it's fun. I want to disassemble one of these. Incredibly badly. I would love one of these in a little display case, disassembled. But as I say, these are very expensive. Timolate, Matt, I think I just looked at my first phone, the Philips Savvy from 1999. Oh, let me Google that. Oh, let me Google that. Oh, wait, shit. So I just remembered, I had music set up. I had music set up to play and I forgot to press play. Near the end and I forgot to press play. Wow. I set up the Twitch soundtrack things. I set it up for Daniel the other day and I figured I might as well use it. Because I like it showing what's playing for load the stream. I think that's fun. And it's not on the VOD either, which... I mean, it's clean. Hey, I'm going, hey, there up here. I'd love a work. I say, wait, Philips, wait, I need to Google the thing, wait. Philips Savvy. Oh, wow. Oh my. Now that... God, that looks like a phone Malcolm in the Middle would use. That is a phone and a half. Right, can I show the phone? How do I show the phone? Can I press the desktop button? Does that work? Oh, yeah, there's the phone. Wow, look at that phone. That is a fucking chunky boy, that is. Oh, chunker. Chunky boy. Ooh. I like it. That's fun. I desperately want to get another one of these. The problem is, this was incredibly expensive. Like, the beauty of all of these, all of them, every single one of these, they've been less than £10. All of these, they're a few quid. You know, especially the iPods, especially these fuckers. These fuckers were like £1 each. This was £1. That was £1. That was £1. These were expensive. These were more like 20, 30 quid. This one was like 40. These are the big boys, and they work. But, you know, maybe not nice, but they were not. And all these phones, I mean, you know, they're like a tenner each. A huge amount of money in the grand scheme of this. These iPods were nothing. These iPod Touches were nothing. The iPads were like 6, 7 quid each. The MacBook Air was like 19. This was 95. This single phone cost more than... all of this, all of these cost less than that to get secondhand. For full context here on the price scales. And the thing is, there is a spike. What is this? The metal spike, the hole. What's this for? Why is it on my foot? Like, so, this is why I'm being very blasé about taking these apart, because they don't really cost at this point. Right? Interesting. I'm not saying that is not an amount of money. You know, I can spend spend a few quid on something to take apart of the thing, and it's not like going to break the bank, you know. Whereas, these do. And this, I will say, this was cheap even if it was completely broken. Broken ones I've seen for 150, 200, 300 quid. The fact I got a working one for 80 quid is fucking amazing, first of all. And second of all, if I got a working one for another working one for 80 quid, I wouldn't want to disassemble it because, frankly, they're rare working. They're rare to be working. And I feel like these are actually quite important historically, and I don't want to break them. So I'd want to get a broken one to disassemble. As I say, even the broken ones are quite expensive. So, like, the money I made on Twitch in the past month, which I got paid out literally just before the stream started, is less than this cost me. So, break it out of spite. Why would I do that? I'm not a spiteful person. I like it a lot. I'm a fan. I want to get a broken one. I want to be able to get a broken one of these for maybe like 30, 40 quid. I think that's my upper limit on money I would be willing to spend on something to disassemble. Is that much. Especially for something this interesting. But I'm not gonna. I wouldn't spend 90 quid on something just to take it apart as much as I want to take it apart. I feel like this is just too much of a collection important thing. Just take it apart. I debate. I mean, hang on. Right. The problem with, by the way, the problem with this iPhone, one of the really annoying things about it is because it's just called iPhone. It's not an iPhone 3 or an iPhone. It doesn't have a no. It's just called iPhone. So if I just Google iPhone, oh, the throat got very dry. Rape an apple. Okay, sell an eBay for 5% profit. I mean, I could. Some of these, notably. Some of these I got in job lots. I mean, this I like a lot as well. Because this is the first generation iPod Touch. And this is in absolute. Top tip to any people complaining things for your own personal use. Spit. Great clean. Just reading the spit shining the thing. Ooh, that's good. This is the first generation iPod that I got in a job lot. And it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, look at that screen. Look at that screen. Not a fucking scratch on it. And this one, you can see the scratches on it. There's not a scratch on it. Perfect. The back, which is all, obviously iPods have this shiny back. That is in fantastic condition. I mean, it's obviously quite scratched, but comparatively speaking, you do not get the back of these boys. You see, that's really dull. See how dull they look? Because they're really scratched up. That's actually still reflective. That's still got a reflective back. Not only is it in fantastically good condition, in fantastic condition, it works perfectly, And it still has stuff on it. It still has original games on it. It's got mini gore on it, for fuck's sake. The person who owned this never wiped it. It was owned by a grandmother. There's emails about the cake bake sale, the bake sale. There's emails about bake sale on here. Excellent. It's the favorite thing I've gotten in a job lot. And I got this in a job lot that cost me like 15 quid and it came with loads of other random shit. And these, I mean, I could probably sell that on eBay for quite a bit. But I'm not buying these to you know, log them. I'd be curious if I started doing this more, whether it'd be worth me just literally buying them, repairing them, and selling them on as a thing. Because, you know, I think that could be potentially interesting to watch and also putting skills to good use, you know. But that's a future thing, if anything. For the time being, I'm of the opinion, right, that it's like I think first generation things are really interesting. So, you know, we've got first generation iPad, first generation iPhone, first generation iPod Touch, first generation iPod Nano. I don't have a first generation Shuffle. We've got a first generation iPod Mini, but that's sort of a weird halfway step between that. I don't have a first gen iPod yet. I've got a first gen MacBook Air, obviously. But I just think these are interesting, especially these three. Because obviously these relate to the modern world more than these. Because obviously technology. But these, I think, are important. These, I think, are important. These are important. They're important, and I like them, and I think they're interesting. And the fact that all three of these work perfectly, and are obviously in very good condition, which you can see, is fantastic. And I say the price variation between these three things is surprisingly drastic. Something I enjoy, by the way, obviously, the iPad came out when the iPhone 4 came out, so really the appropriate pairing is this. What I had, and I'm annoyed I'm annoyed I didn't do a stream before I gave it to Rebecca, because I set it up so that one of these iPhone's 4s had the same background and wallpaper and like app layout as my modern iPhone, and I set the iPad up to have the same background and wallpaper and app layout as my modern iPad, and I was going to put them next to each other because I thought it was a fun oddity. Because this 2010 baller, mate. Fucking ball. If I was 2010, oh, I'd be a fucking baller, me, with my fucking iPad, my fucking iPhone 4. Woo! You know? How many pods make up the iPad?
Or does the dream control you? Or does the dream control
all of them. I mean, thickness-wise, it's not even fucking a competition, really. All of these things fucking combined are going to be thicker than the fucking iPad. It's, honest to God, a monstrous thing. I mean, when the original iPad came, frankly, I've never really liked the iPad. I get it. I respect it. I don't like it. Especially this first one. I didn't get it. This came out, and Steve Jobs on stage was like, wow, we've made a tablet. And I'm like, wow, a tablet, right? And by that point, all the tablets were like fucking, you know, Windows tablets, which, you know, Windows is a full-fledged operating system. You can do a lot with Windows. And this came out and went, wow, it's iOS. You know, it's iOS 4, but big. And I'm like, is that it? And I'm like, And I'm like, but iOS 4 is really limited. I'm like, yeah, but it's big. And I'm like, is it just big? And I'm like, yeah, it's big. And I'm like, still loads all the mobile websites. And I'm like, I'm like, still has all the same interface from that, but just big. And I'm like, yeah, but it's big. Like, I don't understand. Everything I can do on this, I can do on that. Actually, I can do more with this because it's got a camera. And I can make phone calls on it. Why would I need this? In what circumstance would I need this? And anything I want a bigger screen for, I'd use a computer. I didn't understand what this was for. I just didn't understand. I didn't get it. But obviously, it's kind of very popular with the sort of non-tech people. because you want something that's like big and you can just look at websites on it or do some banking or look at some photos of your family on. And that's what it got popular with. I mean, my mum owns an iPad. That's her computer of choice. She uses an iPad. She always uses an iPad, you know. Loads of them were on my nan's. I mean, one of the big features of this, I noticed when I turned it on, it's got a photo fucking feature. That on the home screen, it's got a little button and it just makes it into a photo frame, which is not new iPads. I didn't get it. I remember I bought an iPad, you know, in the early 2010s. So I was like, oh, this seems fun. I could have this, you know, intermediary device seemed fun. I just didn't fucking use it. I'm like, well, everything I can do on it, I can do on an iPhone. I have the iPhone already, so why wouldn't I just use the iPhone for anything I do on that? And then I'm like, oh, I need a bigger screen. I had a MacBook, like, I got rid of it. And years later, I bought an iPad mini. I was like, oh, I'll use this for, like, sheet music, or, like, piano, and I'll use it for, like, music, and blah, blah, blah. Only when I got the iPad Pro, like the 12-inch one, or the 13-inch one with the pencil, did it become interesting, just because... only then did it become interesting, because the pencil is very different. And modern iPad OS is actually quite different to iOS. You know, I can browse desktop websites. With that iPad, I have a stand for it, which has a trackpad and a full keyboard. I have a cursor. It's the pencil. Write things, draw things. You know, a lot of apps are made for the iPad. You do a lot of things on it. There's lots of games that are good with a pencil. I played Ball of Passport 2 on there. I had a great time. You know? Papers, Please on the iPad. It's a fantastic fucking port, and it works amazingly on the iPad. It was different enough, but it carved its own little corner where it was doing unique stuff, and I went, that's interesting. And I liked having it. And before I gave it to Rebecca, I still liked having it, just because it did something none of my other devices could do. This did everything this did. Everything this could do, that could do. So if you didn't have this, you could just do that. There was nothing you were missing out on aside from it just being big. But the modern iPad, especially the big boys, they're doing their own thing, and I wasn't using it much, but it still was doing its own thing, which I really liked. iPad OS is still, but it's carved out enough of its own space to justify existing to me. But this, I didn't get it. Especially because it's so heavy. It's so heavy. It's comically heavy. I don't think I'm stating how heavy it is, because it is just. I mean, if I compare the weight of these two fuckers, like it's obviously lighter than this, but not much. Not by fucking much. And a little fucking MacBook it's heavy. This is heavier than the biggest iPad you can go into, about the 12.9-inch, which is big and thick and heavy, relatively speaking, is much lighter than this, and this is smaller. It's just monstrously. It's thick. It's really thick. It's incredibly thick. Like. At its thickest point, it's about the same thickness as this iPod, which is the deck of cards size iPod. That was what Steve Jobs was comparing it to, a deck of cards. It's thick, and it's heavy, and I'm like holding it and going, I can hold it, but it's not comfortable. It's heavy enough that I'm like, let's give it a bit of, I couldn't hold it for a long. I mean, maybe if I was resting it against my, when you're resting it against your sort of rib, bottom of your rib, your stomach sort of thing, and you're holding the edge of it up like that, where it's resting against your stomach. You're just doing that. It's less straight, but it's still heavy enough that I'm like, I don't know why when this came out you'd use it. And I had the exact same reaction when it came out. I watched Steve Jobs on stage go, and everyone was like, woo, and everyone was like, all the news, like, oh my god, it's a tablet. I'm like, what the fuck? We have tablets already. And they run Windows, which is a piece of shit, but can do a lot. And it was like, wow, look, all these tablets that run Windows, and these tablets that have styluses and stuff like that. And Steve Jobs was like, look, it's a big iPhone, but without the camera or the phone. And I'm like, but why? And to this day, I have the same opinion on it. What are you for? But it was cheap, and it works. And it's interesting. Still don't get it, but it's interesting. Where have you gone? I'll put it back in the drawer. It's just everywhere. I've got a lot of drawer space now. I need more drawer space. I had no storage space in my office. Now I do. I don't get it. I don't get it. Variety people? Yeah, but the first iPad, it couldn't do that. It didn't have stylus support. It's just, it was running iOS 4. We could do that. I mean, you get one of those fucking styluses that's just a fucking nub. Like a rubber nub that just duplicates a finger. It's like, wow, you can... You get a crayon and be... Crayon. Like, what the... A modern iPad. Yeah. Loads of shit you can do with a modern iPad. Oops, sorry, got mic. Loads of stuff you can do with a modern iPad. But that fucking thing, I didn't understand what it was for. I just didn't get it. I didn't get what it was for. It didn't make any sense to me. At all. It still doesn't. Okay. Like, I used it, right? Because it works. It was running the most up-to-date version of iOS it could run if it was charged. No. It's fine. It still runs well. I was surprised by that. It's still very nice to use. Like, it doesn't lag. I was opening websites on it and everything. I watched a YouTube video on it. I'm like, you know what? This is fine. I mean, the screen kind of looks like shit and the speaker is awful, but it's fine. So, Robin, I feel like the iPad is something people have found uses for rather than filling a need that was already there. I mean, the modern iPad, the Pro with a pencil is definitely a different thing. I mean, as me and Rebecca were talking about the other day, and the reason Rebecca's finally got it is Rebecca's been a long-time Wacom user, right? Rebecca has this big Wacom screen, right? Huge Wacom screen. They use them at fucking, you know, they use them at Disney and Pixar. And Aardman, these big fucking huge desktop big screen thing. And, you know, Rebecca wants something portable that they could use, you know, other parts of the house they could take out with them or whatever. And Rebecca's always been a Galaxy Note user because they like the stylus on it. They can do little doodles, but there's no intermediary device. There's no device that Rebecca could do work on, digital proper artwork, away from the desk. So, you know, originally we got them a Wacom, like a portable Wacom, like it was like a laptop, basically, running Windows. Portable Wacom. And it's fine, but fuck me, the amount of times Rebecca would walk into, I'd watch Rebecca walk into a room and they'd be carrying a basket with them because it needed a power, because you couldn't use it not plugged in, because it would die in about 30 minutes. And then Rebecca would come in with this huge thing, it's got a huge stand, and it's big. It's got a 13-inch screen, but it's huge. And a basket with a fucking huge power brick in it and a cable. You just like come down with this big thing, plug it in, and sit there, turn it on. I'm going to get frustrated after about 10 minutes using it because it was really slow and laggy, and also it was just going... It wasn't even doing anything. It was going... My fucking MacBook, my big boy, was sat there rendering a video, and it was silent. And that thing was just sat on the Windows desktop going... It's loud. I mean, the amount of times Rebecca just tries to use that thing and just gets frustrated with it and stops trying to use it. And I'm going, why do we, like... And they couldn't sit down like a sofa using it. It's too fucking heavy. You can't put it in your lap. It's too fucking heavy. It's too loud. So you can't get... It's too slow, so they can't finish work on it because it can't do enough layers. And I'm like, why the... iPad. Gave them the fucking iPad. They've messed with my iPad the other years. They always seem to like it. I'm like, just fucking use it. I erased it. I was like, look, set it up as your own. Use it. Here's fucking Clip Studio. It's on the thing. Use the fucking iPad. They used it for about 3 days and they went, oh god, it's great. And I'm like, yeah! That's why everyone uses iPads for drawing now. That's why every digital artist uses an iPad, because they're really good. Like, they're really good for that. They're really good. Their one complaint is the Apple Pencil is just a bit awkward because the width. It's awkward to hold because of the fly edge. It's got a use. Right? It has overtaken the as a digital drawing tablet, it is the king of that. Which is a big market, admittedly. I have other friends who have bought iPads just to use the Apple Pencil. And they do loads, because even a cheap iPad, even the base model iPad, even the last gen base model iPad supported the Apple Pencil. And the first gen Apple Pencil, still good. You could buy the old cheap iPad that was 330 quid. I mean, the base model's more expensive now, but, you know, a year ago, you could buy a brand new iPad for 320 quid, 330 quid, which is a fucking bargain, and an Apple Pencil for, what, 70? So 400 all in, and you would have a very, very, very good drawing tablet. Very good. Like, incredibly good. Like, you could do professional art easily on it. And if you want to do even more, you could get the iPad Pro, but you could do it on the base model. It's great, really accessible. I like it a lot. I've respected that. I'm glad they changed the game with the Apple Pencil. Made a big deal. Made a big deal, and I think it was, but you know, didn't back in the fucking day. It was a peak stinky stinker. Before the Apple Pencil was a thing, I bought a Wacom stylus that worked with the iPad, and they were like, "Oh, it's got tilt. It can do tilt, and wow, it can track your thing in it. Wow!" And you know what? None of them did. Pressure sensitivity. Which, you know, it's quite important as a drawing tablet. You know, my artistic background is doing fucking like pencil and charcoal work, which is all about pressure, right? It's you get a single pencil and you do a very detailed sketch with it, you know, which requires fucking like shading and pressure. And it's like, hey, you want to not do that? And I'm like, well, no. And I'm like, well, fuck you. And I'm like, okay, thanks. Conor Davis loves that I'm hearing this like a month after buying a Wacom. That's it. It's my school holding me back. Wacoms are great. To be clear, they're fantastic tablets. Like the drawing experience on this is fantastic. Rebecca still prefers the drawing experience of a Wacom. The thing is, right, it's what a lot of people will tell you about AirPods, right? Like, it's what a lot of people will tell you about, you know, these boys. These boys. These Air Boys, right? Because these Air Boys, right, they don't sound the best. You know, at least the first gen ones. The second gen ones are actually very good sounding and have best noise cancelling. But even the first gen ones, everyone would tell you, yeah, they're not the best in noise cancelling. Yeah, they don't have the best sound quality of a wireless earbuds. You know, the Sony Flippy Flop 7530 XM 730, whatever the fuck's, sounded better and had better noise cancelling. Like, these were more convenient. They're more convenient. They have better battery life. They pair easily. They're small. They go in your pocket. They're high quality. They work better. They're more convenient. And that's what it's about. You know, that was the thing with the iPad Rebecca, because it was never a case of the Wacom wasn't good for drawing on it. It was that it was shit at everything else. it was terrible at every, like, it was not terrible. It was, every other bit was a thing, a barrier. And I'm like, well, if the drawing experience is slightly worse, but everything else is easier, well, you've got to draw more on it, which they do. That's my whole thing. I mean, that's always been my thing with Apple products, because I think for a lot of them, you know, especially when it comes to MacBooks, or not MacBooks, iOS and stuff like that, yeah, they might not do everything as well as a lot of other stuff they might not. I mean, they are the highest performing CPU-wise, but even if they weren't, they're very good all-rounders, and they do most things very well. And because they make most things very easy to do, I find them a bit more pleasant to use overall. Yeah, I get more out of Android, but I have to fight it. You know? I don't want to. Convenience. Tech's about, to me, tech's about convenience. I want tech to fuck off. I want to use it and it fuck off. And, you know, it's all the fucking, I like the iPads because the iPads have always been, here's a fucking screen, fuck off. And I'm like, it's nothing but a screen. The newest iPads are just a screen, there's nothing else, it's just a screen. No button, it's just a screen. I'm like, excellent, screen. Bam. Stuff. Modern MacBooks are very minimalist, right in the look. And I'm like, I don't need a design. Rebecca has this fucking gaming laptop, which is a rad gaming laptop. But fuck me, it just, oh boy, I hate how it looks. It has all this gamer shit and all this fucking RBG and all this fucking gamer bullshit on it. And it's a great laptop, it performs great, it runs games great, it's got a great screen, it's got a great keyboard, but fuck me. It just, a lot of gaming stuff, and it's why I tend to not like gaming branded stuff. Gaming stuff. Its goal is to be in your face. I don't want tech to be in my face, I want it to fuck off. If it's in my face, it's in the way. I want it to fuck off. I want it to do what I want it to do and fuck off. I don't want to notice it. The tech isn't, I want the tech to be as invisible as possible. It's why I always go for black keyboards and black monitors and stuff like that, because I'm always opinion, I don't want to see the tech. I want the tech to be as invisible as possible. I want it to just, in my periphery, I don't want to see it. I want to see the fucking screen, and the way I interact with it, I want to be as seamless as possible. And as undistracting as possible. But I don't go for RGB shit. I just fuck off. Get out of the way, it's a tool, fuck yourself. I want it to be minimalist and nice. You know, I want it to be nice looking, but like in a minimalist way that I can appreciate its details if I can look closely at it, but it is fucking get out of the way. You must have loved the Halo effect. Oh my god. Oh my god, I spent so long trying to figure out how to fucking turn that thing off. Ambient mode. Admittedly, I like it on the MacBook screen. I don't like it on the desktop screen, but on the MacBook screen, the mini LED, where it's black, it's super dark black. I actually kind of like the effect. I mean, admittedly, it's kind of like the TV thing. You know, you put a TV LED bar and it's sort of... I don't mind that in itself. Because it's not the tech trying to make itself visible. It's just trying to, like, blur the edges of the content and spread it out, which I don't think adds much. But, you know, it's not trying to make the tech itself a centerpiece. But, yeah, I find it distracting as well, Colin Davis. But I think there's distracting and then there's the tech trying to just be its own thing. Like, you know, a keyboard with RGB. Its only purpose for having the RGB is to be like, look at me! Not because it's useful in and of itself. Like any RGB keyboard I ever got, I just set it to a single color and I set it to just static because it's distracting if not. And it's not distracting in a, oh, it's kind of a side thing. It was distracting in a, oh, look at me, I'm a keyboard. I'm like, yeah, I know, I'm typing on you. I don't need you to be like, look at me, you're a keyboard. Why the fuck do I care? You're a keyboard. Fuck off. The only instance where I found that acceptable was like Corsair's integration with some games. Like Far Cry 4. Like when you were on fire, the keyboard would look like fire. And I liked it as a periphery effect. It was related to what I was doing. Because it wasn't trying to make it wasn't trying to make me notice the keyboard. It was trying to have a lot of other things that were just immersing me in the thing I was looking at. Which I know for some people could be distracting, but for me it wasn't. But it is a gimmick. Like, it's just a gimmick. And it is something I don't miss. Like, I thought it was neat when I used it, and I do not miss it. It was a gimmick. I just get out of the way. Gilmore, give me a boring black box of a PC and a good quality peripheral. You can control the lights. I use my PC in the dark room a lot, and I watch a lot of media. I don't want flashlights. Yeah, it's annoying. Like, my current PC has a window. When I bought my current case, they do a case version now without a window, which is what Daniel has. My one has a window. I have the same case. I like a window. If I lean down and look, I feel like, I like it looking nice. But it's like subtle. You know, it's dark. It's like very dim blue, and I can look and go, ooh, that's nice. I have to look. It's under my desk. Out the way. The amount of PC setups I keep saying where you've got your monitor and people put their computer on an angle with their glass literally looking like in the place of where another monitor would be is the glass showing the inside of the computer. And I'm like, what? Fair play to you if you do it. If you like that, you're welcome to. I don't understand. 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 Instagram keeps fucking, whenever I go on Instagram Reels, for some reason they keep recommending me like, oh, look at these people showing off their setups, which I frankly find incredibly obnoxious. There's a lot of people going, money. And I'm like, fuck off. And a lot of times it's not like, oh, look at why this. Because you'll know, if you've ever listened to my tech things, you'll know it's usually me trying to find something that very specifically does something very, very specific that I want it to do. Right? Like, my thing is I'm always like, oh, this tech's annoying me because it, you know, it's doing this minor thing, but I want it to do something very specific, very perfectly, you know? And it's me trying to find that balance. That's always my point. And I did a setup video years and years and years ago, which I thought was interesting in its own right, because it wasn't just, look at the nice thing I have. It was, look at this very complicated setup that I've made for this very specific task, which I think is interesting in and of itself. I think having something, not convoluted, but I think having something very specific is interesting. And I find it interesting personally to see people who have very specific things like that, because it makes me think of ways I could have something very specific. Rather than just be like, I have 3 iPhones, look at me. Fuck off. Fuck off. The amount of people that have bought fucking Apple Watch Ultras being like, look at me and my big watch. I'm like, yes. We know you have a tiny penis. We know. I understand. You don't need to tell me every day. You know, it's like, what? I find it all very garish. Like, the Apple Watch I have, which, you ever seen the thing? Oh, look, an Apple Watch. Black Apple Watch, it looks like a black Apple Watch. The last series of Apple Watch, Series 7, that's the most expensive one. I got the titanium one with the quartz screen, specifically because If you ever see my Apple Watch stuff, I fucking smash my wrist against things all the fucking time, and I smash that fucker. I smash that fucker into things all the fucking time. So I wanted one that would just fucking take every knock on it, not break, which this does fucking perfectly. Oh my fucking god. I've smashed it. So many things, and I have a scratch on it. Excellent. Previously, it was all the fucking ones of that range, like, oh, look, it's gold. Oh, I'm like, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Whenever I buy something expensive, I buy it because I think it's built well. Because I think it will either be an investment, in the case of the watch, me going, well, I want to use it for, like, 5 years. And I don't want it to break. Basically. I pay for the Apple Care on it, which is a few quid a month. I didn't want to smash. I just wanted it to be on my wrist and light, which is why I didn't want the steel one, because the steel one is heavy. Aluminum is nice and light, and I like how it feels, but it's just glass and aluminum. Smashing it's going to smash. Steel and quartz, too heavy. Titanium, take all the fucking boxes. It was expensive, but it does what I want it to do. That's the point. I'm not buying it for clout. I'm buying it for specific reasons. Purposes. Everything I buy because it's solving a specific thing, and I want it to be reliable. Like, all the tech I buy because I want it to be reliable. And even with all my luck, it still isn't. But, I can try and mitigate it as much as fucking humanly possible. And I have very specific things I like to do and specific things that annoy me, because I spend a lot of time here. Turns out when you work from home doing this for fucking like a decade, you get little fucking, those little things that like annoy you. They really build up. When you sign up for 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, fucking for a decade, they build up, Anyway, there's anything else I wanted to do today? I just wanted to do a little stream to be like, hello, I'm alive, and make sure my streams are still working. Oh, I got a lot of Switch games. I did that. I got, for the backlog slot, I got an Atari collection, which was like loads of fucking ROMs. Cool collection, actually. It's like, you go into the Atari, it's the Atari 50th anniversary collection. And it's you can sort by platform. So it's just like arcade ports, game library. No, not recently. You can sort by year. It goes from 1972 to 2002. You can sort by title. It's got reimagined re-releases on it. 2600, 5200, 7800, Jaguar Lynx 800 on it, and 7800. I can be like, what's on the Atari Lynx? There are 5 games here that are from the Atari Lynx, which is a nice collection, which I appreciate, because I will always buy. I got that thing for ROMs that are loading, and I've got loads of Atari games on it, but if I can buy them, I will buy them. That's always my thing. If you give me an option to buy them, I'll pay for it. Yeah, I haven't done a stream to deal on, but briefly, I like paying for things. I always said when I was really poor, and I was pirating everything, that I really want to pay for stuff, because I think if you have money, I think it's important to pay for stuff. And now I have money, I think it's important to support things that I value. And, I think I'd be a bit of a hypocrite, especially because we make money on Patreon, which is based on that kind of thing. And I think that kind of stuff's important. I like to throw money at things that I want to exist. Even if it seems kind of, I will buy services if I can. I pay for Letterboxd. I pay for Signal. I pay for Reddit and Discord. I pay for Tumblr. I give them all money because I'm using their thing. I pay for YouTube. I will throw... You give me an ad-free option, I'm going to throw money at you. If I'm using your thing and you give me ad, I'm going to throw money at you because I'm using your service. I got money. I want to support it. I don't want you to fucking advertise to me. I want to have an honest relationship here. And then Elon comes on Twitter. He's like, hey, Do you want to buy verification, but not verification and blue check mark because they're not actually verifying you because you don't go through ID verification to get it. You're like, do you want to buy that? I'm like, no. I'm like, well, do you want half? Do you want 50% less ads in the future? I'm like, no. 50%? You're charging me more than Tumblr's ad-free option and Reddit's ad-free option, and less than YouTube's ad-free option, but YouTube's obviously a different kind of platform. You're going to charge me the same price as those platforms charge me for an ad-free option with loads of other features, but still give me ads? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, what the fuck? No. Also, I refuse to give Elon Musk money ever, in any capacity. Ever. I do not care what he is doing. I will not give him money because he is a horrible person. I don't care how nice a Tesla is. I'm never buying one. Also, they're not nice because they're made really cheaply. I don't care how many SpaceX rockets are landing very cool. I don't want to give him money. I don't want to give the man money. The amount of people, fucking, you know, the people who have Elon Musk stick in their throat, being like, well, you're too poor to pay for Twitter, which, weird. It's weird, like, oh, I have money, but what the fuck? No one cares, dude. So first of all, second of all, bitch, I can pay for Twitter. Fuck you. I can pay for Twitter. I pay for everything else. I don't want to give that cunt a fucking dime of my money because he's a cunt and he doesn't need it. But Twitter was losing $1 million a day. And I'm like, yeah, and he's almost a trillionaire, mate. I don't give a fuck. He could run Twitter at a loss for the rest of his life and still be the richest man in the world. I don't give a fuck. Also, he's not fucking giving me a even if they were giving me a good service, I wouldn't be paying for it. Like, even if they were giving no ads and a load of good features, I wouldn't be paying for it. But at least then you could argue it would be worth it. But yes, Twitter Blue lets you, or you can't buy it anymore because they disabled it because, you know, it caused stock prices to go down because they weren't verifying users and you could just make a verified account anytime where you want. And they didn't signpost that, obviously. You had to be in the Twitter sphere to know what was happening. So suddenly lots of accounts that looked verified and that people are used to be, you know, with a tick. It wasn't clearly communicated that, like, hey, people with blue ticks aren't verified necessarily anymore. They just, because Elon Musk's a fucking idiot. So they disabled it. But while it was up, the £7 a month, gave you the blue check mark. The ability to upload NFT avatars. That is it. Genuinely, that is it. All the other features are coming soon, like the 50% less ads. They're charging you that amount, and you don't even have most of the features. 50% less ads, even if I was paying for it, it'd be a rip-off, and you're not even getting that. What? Awful. Idiot. Oh my god, it's the funniest thing about Elon Musk. I really like Twitter. And everyone goes on about how much of a cesspool Twitter is. I like Twitter a lot. I've always liked Twitter a lot. It's my favorite platform. I like it. I really like it. I'm sad it's being ruined. I'm sad it's being undermined by a rich child. Because I actually like it. And I've always adamantly said I like it. I like using it. I like interacting with people on there. I like browsing it. I like seeing what people have to say. I like making friends on Twitter. I like Twitter. Twitter's very unique. I like Twitter. I like Twitter. For better or worse, I like Twitter. There's a lot of shit on Twitter, but I like Twitter. The beauty of Twitter is how just simple and easy it is to use and how you can just easily interact with anyone. For better or worse is the problem with it, because that comes with all the negatives as well. But I like that. And obviously, I'm talking from my position of privilege as a white cis man. A white hetero cis man who generally doesn't have to worry about being attacked for my race or gender. Or, you know, sexuality. Or really anything aside from being Irish. I'm told to go at home. Someone angrily said, "Why are you here?" And I'm like, what? Fine. You know, I'm obviously speaking from a position of privilege, and I'm aware of that. I've always been very supportive of just changes Twitter needs to make to obviously make itself a more inclusive and platform that, you know, is much more hostile to bigotry. But I like the ease of interaction on Twitter. I think that's important for what the platform is. I like Twitter. I like Twitter. I don't want to leave Twitter. I like it. I don't like that Elon Musk has bought it because A, I think he's a cunt, a horrible, horrible, stupid man who people think is clever because he owns technology companies, but just because he owns them doesn't mean he's doing anything. Someone was like, oh, but he lands rockets, bitch! Engineers land rockets! He looks at the rockets and goes, oh, very good. That's all he does! He didn't invent the rockets, you fucking idiot! It's really funny watching all these people. It's not like the Trump people. Because all the Trump people are like... All these Trump people, you can kind of... They're full of bile. Right? They're full of bile and stupidity. They're... You know, veiled racism and all that. Which isn't really funny. It's just sad. But the Elon Musk people... They're like, oh, look at me. I'm very clever. Oh, look at me. Oh, I'm not poor. And I'm like, mate. I'm just like, they just look really fucking silly. They look so silly. Oh, my God, they look so silly. That's what's really funny about it. All these fucking people who are like, well, actually, he's very clever. And I think he's doing a really good job. He lands the rockets. And also, you should give him the benefit of the doubt. Fuck it. Genuinely hilarious. Oh. Like, because my image in their mind is them just on their fucking knees. Like, you know, you can't hear them. Any of them, everything they say, it's fucking, you know, because, you know, this Elon sticks. You know? Sad. Take your dick before you speak. Take the dick out your mouth. That's rule 101 of dick sucking. Speak. Well, rule 101 of just talking, I guess. Don't speak with your mouth full. You know. Robin, I know it's been said before, but the fact you can be CEO of Twitter, Tesla, and SpaceX at the same time proves he basically does nothing. Yes. Yes. This is true. You know, being a manager and a marketer is useful. Steve Jobs, obviously, notable for that. Steve Jobs is an engineer. He didn't develop things, he just kind of approved them. And he was good at marketing them. And there's obviously a value in that. But you can't overvalue it. Especially because Elon Musk is genuinely an idiot. It's really funny watching him do things. Because a lot of people have this sort of... When you watch Donald Trump be like, well, I'm a very stable genius. Like, it's like it's a child, right? Like, it's like a 3-year-old. Be like, well, I'm very clever. You know, and it's funny. It's sad, but it's different. Because everyone kind of knows he's an idiot. And he's like, well, look at me, bravado, right? Elon Musk genuinely, and everyone who follows him and likes him, genuinely thinks he's a genius. And he thinks he's a genius. And it's different the way that Donald Trump thinks he's a genius, because Donald Trump is like, I'm a huge, big, enormous genius. I'm amazing. Look at me. I'm a genius. And that's the end of it. But Elon Musk's like, well, I dribble the flobbles and I'm actually yes, very clever. You know, like he kind of has this veil. You know, when you watch like a character in Star Trek be like, yes, the lithium tubes and the warp plasma coils and we got to days warp the plasma combles together, you know? Yeah, he has that. He will say things on Twitter, be like, no one knows why they did this. And like all the Twitter engineers are like, yeah, it's this reason. And then he fires the Twitter engineers. He's fired so many Twitter engineers because they've answered this question. Someone was like, Twitter Android runs like shit. And then a developer was like, yeah, this is why. And he like detailed it and really in detail because Elon Musk is like, the microservice is the reason. And all the engineers are like, no, not why. And they like explain very politely under the tweet. And then lots of Elon Musk fans are like, you should be saying this to him in private. And he's like, bitch, he fucking said it publicly. And they're responding publicly. What do you want? And then he fires them. He fires them because they're like, actually, it's this. And he fires them because he's a baby. He's a man baby. Tiny, tiny penis. Oh, teeny weeny, you know? Not that it matters how big his cock is, but you know. I think he thinks it matters. Oh. Oh, he thinks it matters, it does. I enjoy him being like, oh, we're going to turn off the microservice. And he turned off the one that did two-factor. You know? It's like, why are we doing this? We better turn that off without checking. You know, there's one Twitter engineer who was like, oh, we got to sometimes work hard to achieve our dreams. And she's like sleeping in the office. And loads of people were like, that's unacceptable in any workplace. And like, oh, but we have to work hard sometimes. It's like, no. He's a billion. Sorry, there's no circumstance. You're not on a startup. It's not a passion project. His money's falling out of his arse. Sorry, the project could wait another week. Like, oh, it's very important. We have to make Twitter profitable. It can wait. It could take a bit longer. It's. What the fuck are you talking about? He's a billionaire. He bought the company. I mean, he got investors to invest, but either way. What the fuck? Yeah, and he fires them, and they realize they're vital and asks them, and then they have to come back. And then more of them criticize Musk, and then they fire him. You know, and then all the Twitter engineers on Twitter are laughing because Elon Musk is firing them, and they're all getting rehired at other companies immediately because, you know, and all the advertise. The amount of advertisers. Look, but even if like millions of Twitter users could buy Twitter Blue, right? Millions could buy Twitter Blue. And it would still not... It would not fill the shortfall that the reduced advertising since Elon Musk bought Twitter has caused. Hilarious. Ridiculous. The thing is, Twitter needs a lot of reform done to it. It's a bit of a bloated company. And his attitude was just to literally walk in and just arbitrarily point at things, go, I don't like that. That's not important. I can't. He is literally, you know, all those people who like fucking, I mean, I see it all the fucking time in my role because you just, people come along like, actually, I know everything about this. Oh, I watched a YouTube video once. I know everything. Have you tried this? And I'm like, of course I fucking, do you think I'm a fucking, the amount of people, I mean, a lot of people said it as jokes, but the amount of people, I'll be like, what's happened? I'm like, have you tried restarting? And I'm like, no. Yes, obviously. I'm like, do you think I'm an idiot? What? Do I look like a fool? Do I look like I don't know how to turn a computer on? Well, how little do you think of me? I may put off the vibrato of a foolish man, but I know what the fuck I'm doing. You know? And like, you know, it's that. Elon's that person, but with like a load of money, and he's just paid himself to be in charge. So he's like walking around going, oh, I know everything about this. Oh, you know. He's one of those people who's like, oh, I know how to fix the economy. We'll just do this, you know. Well, that'll work. Like Liz Truss? He's Liz Truss, but with money. And I'm quite annoyed about it. I'm annoyed about Twitter more than most things. Not because I think it's more important than most things. Or more impactful. Because it's not. But like, you know when the Tories win an election? I'm like, oh, this is terrible. However, in 5 years, we can try to get rid of them, right? You know, there's a goal. You know, when Trump gets into power, in 4 years, he got voted out because you can do that in a democracy. You know, there's always this kind of glimmer. You know, it's like it's going to be temporary, which isn't necessarily the thing. Even that system, it causes deaths, is the thing. And Twitter's not going to really cause any deaths. It might, but you know, in that context at least. The problem with Elon Musk buying Twitter in that context is just, it's very hopeless because he's just bought it outright. It's not like Meta, where even though Mark Zuckerberg owns a controlling share of Meta, it's like 51%. So he still has a lot of shareholders around to do. And obviously, a lot of other companies can do shit. Like Apple could just be like, nah, we don't want to do that. tracking anymore, and it just ruins Facebook's advertising business. Excellent. But then Elon was buying Twitter. He just kind of saunters in. He's like, I own it all now. And they're like, oh. Oh, well, now what? You know, like, well, what do you do? Can't do anything. You can't vote them out. You can't get rid of them. What are you going to do? And he's like, oh, we might burn it to the ground. I'm like, I don't want him to burn it to the ground. I like it. I don't want him to run it, and I don't want him to burn it to the ground, but they're the only two options. So all roads lead to bad, and I'm just sad about it. I'm just sad about it, but it's not that important. I mean, I think Twitter is important. I think a lot of times people are like, oh, Twitter's not important. I think Twitter is important. I think it's one of the... It's as a platform for live information. You know, you learning about, you know, like so many things that have happened, world events, whether it be protests, these big protest movements, currently happening things, whether it be whether it be terror attacks, explosions, or like wars, refugee crises, you know, anything. You just get this very personal, direct thing on Twitter, which is really valuable, and it's the only real platform you can do that on. You know, they're having that basic live update thing that's so accessible to people. My stepdad's friends with a few random people from Japan through Twitter. He hangs out with them on Zoom. And there is no other platform that exists where you could really get that to that level of casualness. Because, like, I've been on forums, and yeah, Tumblr exists, and forums exist, and Mastodon exists, but they all have more barriers to them. Twitter's beauty is its simplicity. That's why I've always been very adamant about the short tweet numbers. You know, I was a bit moo about them up into 100 to 280 characters, but, you know, that was fine. But, you know, the short nature of it. And, you know, I've always been against editing tweets. You know, at least, you know, I think you should be able to edit a tweet within the first 30 seconds, maybe. But, you know, that's it. It's like, I like it. I've dated a lot of people through Twitter. I've made so many friends that I literally never could have ever made because Twitter exists. Because it's so simple to talk to people, whoever they may be. And I like that a lot about it. I like that so much. I like that so much. The amount of information, because you know, people go on Twitter like, oh, it's horrible and sad. People look at Twitter and everyone's sad. There's all these news and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, that's frustrating. But equally, as a platform to get that information, excellent. Great. You know, and it's I don't want that to be gone, really. I don't want that to be gone. I like it. And, you know, everyone's like, oh, Mastodon. Mastodon's a piece of shit. I'm sorry. Mastodon's shit. And it's not a Twitter alternative. It's trying to do something very different to Twitter, and it's not. Some people are like, oh, they can just hire some UX people from Twitter and they make it good. No. Inherently, it's a different thing that it does not work. It's bad. I don't like it at all. I hate it. Tumblr is the kind of, I think, closest thing. But obviously, the whole thing with Twitter is Twitter was effectively micro-Tumblr, was what the point of it was. Twitter was micro-blogging, Tumblr was blogging, right? Tumblr existed, and Twitter went, what if we do that, but small? Which is kind of why it worked. So yeah, Tumblr does still exist, and it's still pure. It's still Tumblr, right? It's not like MySpace where it just disappeared. But Tumblr's not it's not really the same. It's exploded. Right? Which is kind of, again, defeats the point. Someone was like, oh, there's fucking something shared. It had a weird name that confused me. And it doesn't even have an app. And I'm like, oh, it's like Twitter. I'm like, yeah, it's like Twitter, but it doesn't have an app and no one knows what the fuck it's called. It's got a name so bad that Co-host. It's called Co-host. What the? Who calls it app Co-host? You make up a word, at least. Come on, co-host is just a common phrase. If you Google co-host, like so many other things come up. It's a terrible name. It doesn't have an app. That's not comparable. Reddit is not at all comparable. Because, yeah, you can learn about things, sure, but you have to search through subreddit. And you don't have the direct interaction. It's all comment-based. Reddit's just a forum, effectively. Everyone's like, oh, but Discord. Discord's not... It's fucking... Discord's MSN Messenger, for fuck's sake. It's not... Yeah, you add people you know, but it's not fucking Twitter. Nothing's comparable. Nothing's comparable. Yeah, Discord's just fancy. Nothing is comparable to Twitter. Twitter is very much its own thing, and everything else that exists, even if it's doing some similar things, is not Twitter. And the thing that makes Twitter work, none of the other things have. Everyone going, oh, we're trying to use this other thing. I'm like, well, it's not going to work because the inherent thing that makes Twitter work, they don't have. Like, that's the problem. The thing I like about Twitter is how easily accessible it is. That anyone can join Twitter really fucking easily, and people do. And it's so ubiquitous around the world. Every fucking world leader's on Twitter, for fuck's sake. Every politician's on Twitter. Companies are on Twitter. All this shit's on Twitter. You know, and loads of random fucking normal people are on Twitter. Very lame and normal people who aren't going to move to fucking Mastodon and all this shit. And without those people, well, it's not... You've just made a Discord server, really. I don't want Twitter to go. I like it. So I made a Tumblr. Well, I didn't make a Tumblr. I had a Tumblr. I just reactivated it and, you know, made it look like my modern branding. I updated my link tree. I'll get my link tree. I don't know. I just don't. You know, what's on my link tree? What? Everything I've got. What do I have? Twitter, Instagram. Instagram's not Twitter. Like, no, YouTube, also not Twitter. Twitch, also not Twitter. Discord, also not Twitter. None of these are comparable. There's a reason all of these sites exist separately, notably. It's why they've all managed to exist, because they're not doing the same thing. TikTok. SoundCloud. Patreon. Letterboxd. Mastodon. Like, they're all different things. Like, none of them... I have lots of other things. But none of them is just this, like... What was it? I've been trying to... When I want to tweet something, I've been trying to write it on Tumblr and just posting it there instead. But every time I do that, it feels weird. Because it feels like Tumblr is not meant for this. Again. Twitter is... The whole point is just tiny little... Boop, tiny little... Whoa. Oh, just... Little tweet, a little tiny little tweet, like a tweet, a tiny little thought, you know. Oh, there it is. Oh, you know, that's not what Tumblr is. Tumblr's like, oh, what's your title? And I'm like, well, you don't need to put a title. What's your title? Oh, you can schedule it. Oh, do you want to post it anywhere? Oh, it can be any of these things. Do you want it to be a link? Oh, we can make it music. And I'm like, oh. Tumblr's a blog, not a micro blog, because Twitter's the keyword is micro. That's the point, and I think that's what makes it work. Mastodon's microblogging, but also this fucking Fediverse thing, which is just needlessly convoluted. It's like, we've got groups, but they're actually different websites, and I'm like, just, okay. you can make different accounts on each one. I'm like, why? I'm like, oh, but you can follow them from each one. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like, oh, this one you have to request to follow. Oh, we can't make them here. I'm like, what's happening? Oh, but you can't see them. Oh, we have 30 apps. And I'm like, oh, what is, oh, I hate you. Awful. Awful. Which is, I'm just sad about Twitter. That's what I'm sad about Twitter. That's why I'm sad about it. Because Elon Musk is. I don't trust him at all, because frankly, he's genuinely an idiot. But he's a very arrogant idiot, which is part of the problem. It's the arrogance that fucks me off a lot with him. A lot of people are stupid. And Donald Trump's stupid, but he's kind of very predictably stupid. You know, he kind of just stupid things for stupid reasons. Because he thinks he's smart. But he's an idiot. Like, every decision Trump makes is literally... It's like Jeremy Clarkson. Like, Jeremy Clarkson's whole joke of, oh, look at me, I'm very smart. Look at power, you know, I am the best, I am incredibly genius, I'm a genius, look at me, I've stapled something together, I'm a genius. Like, it's a joke. Trump actually was like that. But Elon Musk isn't that. Elon Musk is the person who sits and goes, I'm very, very clever. I know what I'm doing. Yes. If we just, you see, we have all of these things going on. Because, like, Bill Gates is a nerd. Bill Gates knew what he was doing. He's a nerd. Jobs. I mean, it was Jobs and Woz is the key point. They were a duo originally. Jobs and Woz. Woz was the engineer. Jobs was the marketing person. And then Jobs came back and was the kind of product lead. And hired Johnny Ive. And just hired some talented engineers. And marketed them well. And had this very good eye. And had a very good eye for marketing and product kind of management. Zuckerberg just is a very weird man who just made us accidentally very successful social network. And then just bought Instagram and WhatsApp. TikTok is just, you know, videos. YouTube is video sharing. It's different. I mean, TikTok is like the Twitter version of YouTube. Like, what TikTok is to YouTube is what Twitter was to Tumblr. You know? Like... They're all different. And I'm just sad about Twitter, because I think it's important. Like, not in like a direct sense. I don't think my tweets are important. I don't think any one person's tweets are important, but I think as a... You know, Musk annoyingly was like, oh, it's the world's biggest town square. And I'm like, yeah, he's right. Fucking weird way to say it, but he's got a, you know, he's kind of right in the sense. And he's like, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to privatize the town square, and I'm going to charge people to be in the town square. And also, I'm letting the KKK back into the town square. And I'm like, we banned the KKK from the town square. We all agree we don't want the KKK. And he's like, yes, but they have a right to exist. And I'm like, what's happening? He's like, what if we just turn off all the lights? And I'm like, why are we turning off the lights? And he's like, well, they're using power. And I'm like, yeah, but we need them to see. He's like, well, you can use candles. I'm like, you've taken away all the wax. And he's like, but, you know, what if we gave everyone a big hat? And I'm like, we don't need the hats. We don't need hats. We don't need the hats. But they're wearing a hat. And I'm like, yeah, because they're the mayor. We need to know who the mayor is. And like, yeah, but we shouldn't have this. You know, we shouldn't have this, you know, lord and peasant system. We should have a system where if you want a big hat, you pay for it. If you don't have a big hat, then you're looked down upon. I'm like, that's... What? That's the thing you just... What? What? But if you want people to be verified, right, you just offer them free verification like Tinder does. Tinder has AI verification. You upload your fucking ID, you upload a picture, they match the fucking face in your picture that you have to take, like on a video or whatever, and they match it to an ID, and it's automated and it's free. And they just verify you exist. They're just like, yes, this person's the real person. That's easy. Do that. Make it free? Yeah, that. Charge for ad-free, like every other site. You know, charge for it being ad-free and being able to use some extra stuff in the app, you know. I'll do. You know, do the thing Tumblr does with like little gifts. You know, I bought Rebecca crabs, Rebecca bought me crabs. There were crabs on the app. They just went around and like, oh, look, I'm a crab, and I tapped them and they were a little crab. Cost £2. A little crab, had fun with a crab. You know, do that. Nice. You know? I don't, like, there's lots of ways to solve the thing. He's just doing it in the weirdest way possible. Because he does, every decision he's making is based on his own experience and only his experience, and he sees his experience as objective and absolute. And he's like, well, no one knows what this attribution for where you tweet from is for, so it's completely pointless. No one even wants it, and everyone's like, yeah, but it's for this reason, and we all like it. And he's like, no, you're all lying. It's like, what? What do you want, man? Oh. And he's a man-child. And he's like, oh, well, we had to turn the verification off because people were abusing it. You have to say parody in your name. And he's like, but you said you were a free speech absolutist. And he's like, yeah, but we can't have impersonation. I'm like, yeah, but the Supreme Court specifically ruled that you don't have to specify something as a parody for it to be a parody. That's the whole point of a parody. The Onion won a big court case about this. In that half the time, if you say something's a parody, it ruins the point. And especially because, like, so the parody is one thing, but obviously impersonation is a whole other thing. However, that's the problem you've just created. He's like, oh, we can't have all this impersonation. It's like, if only we had a system. If only we had a system that would have verified the actual account as real. If only we had that. I'm like, you've just... Everyone's like, oh, wait. All the fucking Musk bros were like, well, impersonation's not allowed. And I'm like, yes. We had a system for this. It was working very well. It was working perfectly well. Everything was fine. You know, George Bush wasn't, fucking tweeting, I miss killing Iraqis. We know that. That wasn't a problem. It'd be a George Bush page, and it'd tweet that, but it didn't have a verification thing, so we'd all look at it and go, well, that's clearly a parody, because the real George Bush is there with his verified tick. Thank God we had the verified tick. That just let everyone know the person was legitimate. Okay, we didn't have that. Like, ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, it's his whims. Because I said so. He just, thought, he's like, oh, I'm gonna come in without any... the funniest thing as well is, how he tried to get out of buying Twitter? How he, bought it? Because here's the problem, right? For those who don't know, he went to buy Twitter. He put in the offer. He signed the thing saying he was buying it. Like, he was like, right, I bought the thing. He signed the thing. And then was like, no, I don't believe your bot statistics. And Twitter were like, well, it doesn't matter. You've already bought the company. But first of all, you already bought the company. Second of all, he waived due diligence. He was like, oh, I don't need to check. I'm just going to buy it no matter what. He waived that right. And then he signed the paper. I was like, I'm definitely buying it. I waived the right. And then he was like, no, bots. And then they were like, you can't. You've agreed to buy it regardless of, even if Twitter was 100% bots, you've already agreed to buy it and you've waived it mattering. So you still have to buy it no matter what. He was like, no. Then he tried to fight it in court and realized if he didn't buy it, he'd have to pay billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions in fees and not get anything. So he's like, oh, fine, I'll do it. And he bought it. And he's like, I'm a genius. Look at me. And it's like, you're an idiot. You literally bought it because you fucking tripped and fell. Like, that's the most egregious thing. I'm a billionaire who can buy something like that on a whim, but also trip and fall into it. He didn't even really intend to do it. He was just like, oh, I'm going to buy Twitter. Oh, I've contacted people. But, oh, whoops. I don't want it anymore. There's a Little Britain sketch. And you know what? Little Britain, problematic. I don't like Little Britain. But it's one I quite like. And I remember distinctly. And it's the, I can't remember what the character called it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Him. He wants tits. He desperately wants tits. He wants to play with. He's like, I want to play with him. He wants to have them. He just wants to have them. No reason. He just wants tits. He wants to play with them. He just wants to have tits. And the sketches that they go and get him tits, he comes out and he's like, I don't like them. He has them and he kind of uses them for a few seconds. He's like, I don't like them. I don't like them. I'm like, you. At the end of the sketches, the guy's just turning around. And it's literally that. But imagine being so rich that you can buy one of the world's biggest social media sites that all the politicians are on, and they're just like, nah. And he's like, I don't think Twitter should be so political anymore. And then he comes out like a week later, and he's like, you should all vote for the Republican Party. And I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, I think we should be politically impartial. And then like a fucking US senator was like, hey, Mr. Musk, what are you going to do about all the impersonation accounts? Because an account was impersonating me, and it caused a lot of problems, and I'm wondering what you're going to do about it. And Elon Musk was like, oh, maybe it's because your real account sounds like a parody. Ha ha, lol, crying, laughing emoji. And it's like, what the what the fuck's happening? Yeah, and I thought all the Elon Musk bros like, whoa, great tweet, Elon. And they're like, oh yeah, Elon, can I fucking suck your cock? And like, no, Elon, I want to. And they're like, no, and they're clawing the fucking lube shooting up the I'm like, no, me, Elon. There's a guy, he's pulled his back down, he's like bent over. He's like, Elon, fuck me. Elon, do me. Elon, I want your dick. Elon, no, Elon, I want your dick. It's so big. And then they just start groaning anyway, like Elon's fucking him even though he's nowhere near it. They're just like, oh my god, Elon, your cock's so big, it's inside me and it's so big, but they're just kind of lying there. I'm like, oh, Elon. And they're like, oh my god, Elon, you made me come so hard from you fucking me. And he's like a mile away, And it's like, what the fuck? And it's insane, like, because you're watching it. Like, Elon Musk is tripping over himself and he's falling over and he's like, whoa, I want the sky to be green. And everyone's like, what the fuck? And then all they go, that's a brilliant idea, Elon. You can make the sky green. I believe in you. He's like, I'm gonna make the sky green. I'm gonna buy the color green. Everyone's gonna have green skies, green skies for all. No more of this blue sky, green sky. Peasant business. £800, you get a green sky. And then he brings it out. He's like, oh, here we go. If you buy this, you get a green sky. And it's like, oh, 50% less blue sky in future, but you pay for it now and you might get it. Why all Elon? Oh, my sky's so green. Oh, I'm coming green now, Elon. Look, there's so much green come from all of you fucking... Ooh, Elon. Oh, fill me with your green jizz. Like, and you just sat there and you're not doing anything. You're just watching all of this unfold. You're like, what the... Like, what the... It's absurd. It's genuinely so absurd. And it's a perfect representation of why billionaires shouldn't exist. Because they're like, being a billion... There's so many people, these Elon, like, you know, fuck me, Elon bros, who desperately just want Elon to fuck them, who are like, oh, but he's a billionaire, he must be smart. And I'm like, no, that's not how money works. Clever people can be poor and dumb people can be rich. It's kind of arbitrary. And there's this weird vibe of like, oh, rich people must be smart because they're rich. How did they get rich if they weren't smart? And it's like, not be an asshole more than anything. Like, a lot of smart people are fucking poor. Some of the smartest people in the world are fucking poor. You know, Donald Trump is a fucking idiot. He managed to be rich and he managed to be the president. Like what? That doesn't mean anything. You know, he can just spaff money up the wall. He can just buy this fundamental thing and just spaff it up the wall. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is this even allowed? Why is a person allowed to be that rich? That's immoral. And he's like, no, but he's a genius. He deserved all this money. I mean, he deserves to buy a country. He earned the right to buy a country. He looked at electric cars and he went, I want more of those. And that gives him the right to buy a country. Ow. He invented spaceships. If he wants to buy a planet, he can, because he invented space. It's so, like, it's really funny watching it happen because it's so absurd. Like, it's not like, because Trumpism was absurd, and it still is. But it's kind of a depressing absurd because it's, like, racist. You know? I remember watching the storming of the Capitol live, and it was kind of... I was watching it with some friends, and it was kind of this weird thing. It was sat there going, this is absurd, right? Because it didn't feel like a real revolution or anything, right? Because obviously it wasn't. It was just a load of people being like, freedom, me, I'm still a flag. Like, it's just stupid, right? And it's ridiculous, and you're watching it all, and you're like, this is just absurd. And it's funny because of how absurd it is. There's something very dangerous. But it's ridiculous, simultaneously. And it kind of, the Twitter thing's different. Like, it's absurd to, what is this? We haven't set up Elon yet. Ooh, Elon. I mean, this, if you're watching the VOD, there's no music. The music's very sexy. Sexy jazz. Baylor, Let's Dance by Miguel Newberry. Oh, Elon. Fuck me. Oh, Elon. Oh, I love your green cum. Oh, you can make all the cum green if you want to. Oh, yeah. I don't even know what the point of urine is. I don't even know what it's for. No one knows what it's for. I asked around, and the one person said, "Oh no," and I don't know what it's for. No one knows what it's for, so I'm gonna ban urination because no one knows what it's for. Don't even know why anyone does it. You know. Oh, you're such a genius, Elon. Oh, I'll never drink again. I have no idea what's happening, but that's exactly the point. It's so absurd. The whole thing is so absurd. Like, what I'm doing is very ridiculous. I appreciate that. And normally I'm like, oh, it's a very ridiculous and extreme example. But honestly, I feel like it's a one-to-one comparison. Like, genuinely, because it's so absurd. It's so absurd. There's a guy, he walks into a Wendy's, and he's like, no, where's all the fajitas? And it's like, sir, this is a Wendy's. He's like, I'm buying Wendy's. I'm like, what? And he's like, I own Wendy's now. And he's like, actually, I don't know if I want Wendy's. He's like, what? He's like, nah. There's a lot of rats. And he's like, what rats? Like, nah. I think there's rats. He's like, you've already given me the money. You're buying Wendy's. And he's like, I guess I'll buy Wendy's then. New Wendy's. Soon you can buy McDonald's. I'm like, what the fuck? Wendy's. We're selling windows. Wendy's windows. What? Oh, Elon, you're such a genius. I always wanted to buy windows from Wendy's. Ooh. You know. Soon you can buy fucking pillows from the Pillow Man. In Wendy's, you buy a burger, you get a free pillow with your burger, but as long as your burger costs you $70. Because I don't know who doesn't want a pillow with the burger. Also, the pillow's full of cum. Pre-cummed it. You know. Oh, he never wanted Twitter. He just does not. He doesn't care. Oh, I went to his Twitter. His most recent tweet is a picture of him with two guys welcoming back Ligma and Johnson. Important to admit when I'm wrong, and firing them was truly one of my biggest mistakes. Who was that? Who was the, I'm assuming they were two of the people he fired. In the picture, they do look fucking miserable. FYI. They both look fucking miserable. And this is the thing. Like, oh, I shot him, but that was a mistake. Won't do that again. Like, you didn't have to shoot them. Nah. I'm admitting my mistake. Let's move on. It's like, you shot him. You know, it's a good sketch by a comedian I quite like. He was like, this is the modern Tory example. It's just the start of the sketch, like throwing a shoe at a child. And the child's like, ow! And then the fucking news was like, did you just hit a child? It's like, I believe there will be an inquiry about, you know, the incident. And I don't want to preempt the inquiry, so I won't be saying any more at this time. We'll just let the inquiry play out. It's like, yeah, but we saw you hit the child. And he's like, yeah, but I don't want to comment due to the ongoing nature of the inquiry. I think we should all just wait for the results of the inquiry. It's like, you're gonna hit him again? Like, I don't want to preempt the inquiry. I think it's all best if we leave it until the inquiry is complete. And we all should just, you know, move on from the incident. I'm like, but you just did it. He's like, no, but yeah, I'm just going to wait for the inquiry. And the sketch ends with him taking off the shoe and chucking it at the kid. Like, it's just... this is the thing, Dark Peter, I just don't. This is what's I find very strange. Like, the whole thing is ridiculous, and I'm enjoying watching it from, like, a kind of masochistic sense, but I really don't want Twitter to die. That's what's quite frustrating about it. Like, I don't want it to go. It'd be funny if it was just something else, like he bought MySpace. Oh, no, he's bought MySpace. You know, like... Because Twitter is not a dying platform. Like, out of all the social media, it's one of the ones I would say that isn't dying. Facebook's dying. Instagram's dying. MySpace died a long time ago. Tumblr fell over. Sort of laid on the floor forever. It's a joke. There's some people who pretend to be fired employees and interview silly fake names. Wow. I tweeted the other day. Specifically for baiting purposes. I directly replied to a thing that Elon Musk said. Because the thing is, when you directly reply to... I always quote tweet stuff. Because the whole reason I'm saying it is to say it to the people who follow me, right? Because I'm like, oh, that's very witty of me. I'll post that. Oh, everyone will have a jolly good laugh at that because I'm such a witty man, me. But I specifically directly replied to something because that's the kind of thing you only see if you either follow Elon Musk or you're looking under the replies of it. And I wanted to see what would happen. That's why I did it. I wanted to see what would happen. And what people would say. And it was him saying, you know, must include parody in the name. And I said, that stance very directly contradicts your previous statement on being, and I quote, a free speech absolutist. As court cases in the United States have settled that parody without disclosure is still protected under US free speech laws. Both are valid stances you can have. However, because they are directly contradictory, you could only choose one of them. Which I thought was a very impartial statement, right? I made a very impartial, very factual statement because I want to see what happens. Because I think that is I disagree with free speech absolutism, but it's a stance. It's a clear stance that has rules, right? I disagree with it. But you can't be like, oh, I'm a free speech absolutist, and then be like, no, not in this case. I'm like, no, the whole point of the word absolute... I want to see what happened. Notably, I was reading through a lot of the replies, and then for some reason when you click the tweet now, you can only see like one reply out of the like originally 30, 40. It also only says there's 14 replies. It's definitely more, which is odd. But there's one person that was like, he never said that he was a free speech absolutist. Oh, he never said that. You should examine the media that's telling you that and read other sources. And I like replied with a quote tweet of him saying, I'm a free speech absolutist. And being like, I just said like, look, he said, what do you mean he didn't say it? Here is a tweet of him saying it. And they were like, well, clearly he didn't mean he was. And I'm like, what do you mean clearly he didn't mean he was? He's like, well, he doesn't mean he's an absolutist. He means free speech with limits. And I'm like, he used the word absolutist. I was like, yeah, but it can have many meanings. And I'm like, saying you're a free speech absolutist means you believe in free speech. Absolutely. Regardless of context or framing. And he's like, oh, an exception to the rule. Well, I guess we're going to sue everyone for having an exception to the rule. I'm like, the whole point of absolutism is that it is absolute. If you're a free speech absolutist, there are no exceptions. So either you're a free speech absolutist or you're not. It's a very binary statement, right? To be a free speech absolutist or not. Either you are absolute free speech, you are supportive of free speech absolutely under every circumstance, or you don't. That is not even a criticism of Elon Musk. It is a statement of words. That is just, they are two contradictory things. And my thing was basically a question of, you need to clarify. My question was, the thing I was saying in the reply was, you need to clarify what your position is. And someone else was like, well, he's always sarcastic. It was the same person who also argued that he didn't actually say it. I'm like, what do you mean he was sarcastic? He's like, well, he's always sarcastic. Of course he was sarcastic. I can't believe you're holding him directly to his words when he's always sarcastic. I'm like, what was sarcastic about the tweet? Yeah, well, if you look at it in the context of all those other tweets, it must be sarcasm. I'm like, why would I infer that? And he's like, oh, you can't infer what people mean from their tweets. I'm like, but you're literally telling me that he's joking. So you're inferring that he's joking. And I'm just reading what he said. I'm not inferring any meaning from it. I'm saying he said this thing, and then he's done something contradictory, and I'm then saying to him, can you clarify what your position is, please? Because it's contradictory to a statement you previously made. And if he wants to come out and be like, oh, well, I was being sarcastic, fine. Clarify. And like, he needs to clarify his position because he owns the platform, and I want to know what his position is because that's quite important to know what he's going to do. And it was just really weird to watch so many people like defending him, but like in this really genuinely weird way. Like, it's really weird. Like, someone replied who, I like to think they were joking, but equally wouldn't surprise me if they weren't. I'm assuming they're joking because it's Letterman. It's 3-year Letterman, who is that college. I'm assuming they're joking. Apparently, isn't protected by the First Amendment, which must be a joke because it has to be a joke. It can't not be a joke. And then lots of people going, well, what's free speech have to do with impersonation? And I keep being like, literally, there's a case The Onion brought. Very specifically about this as well. Not like vaguely. Specifically in relation to whether parody has to be clearly disclosed in a place like if you link to an Onion article and it's like, oh, George Bush fucks, personally fucks a bomb. Like, you don't have to say it's parody. That was the whole point of the court case, was that comedy doesn't have to be disclosed to be comedy and is therefore protected, right? And that specific impersonation is a very specific thing that isn't that. And they don't understand, which is very funny. He also said comedy's illegal on Twitter, which is also very funny. Which I also like the people who don't do maths and who are like, he could have given everyone £5 million, and I'm like, what? No. Like, most people are saying it's dumb, but like, like one of these replies, someone said, why not replace the verification badge with a clown emoji for parody accounts? And then someone said, why not just have equality? No competition, no hierarchy, no BS, no blah, no blue, yellow, other badges, ticks and stickers that keep dividing the human race. Humans divide, humans not Earth. Fall in love with everything. Makes no sense. You see, Twitter verification, much like everything, is not a status symbol by its nature. People made it into a status symbol because being verified is like a tick of notability, because you have to be notable to be verified. Because if you're not notable, it doesn't really matter if you're verified or not. Who cares? You have to be notable for it, or a member of an organization that's notable. And the reason we verify people as being who they are is if they're notable. It's important to know they're legitimately the person, because otherwise people can take weird. Can you reinstate all the accounts banned for this and give everyone a chance? What the fuck? He's like, I'm gonna unban all of the people. Like, I like a lot of the Elon like stance. I like this tweet. Someone tweeted a meme, how to lose 40 billion in 10 days, as Elon Musk put it. And someone replied, you wish you had his talent. I never understood people that attack those who accomplished more than they ever could. Is it envy? What an awful mindset. Pathetic. And I'm like, dude. There's nothing funnier to me than like random people defending billionaires on the internet, because like they're not gonna fuck you, dude. Like it literally, it's so weird. Because there's only two explanations. Either they think they're gonna be a billionaire one day and don't want to be judged, or, well, three. They think they'll be a billionaire one day and don't want to judge. They want to be a billionaire and don't want to be judged, or they just want Elon Musk to fuck them. Like, and someone replied to that, didn't think people could have their noses this far up Elon's butt, and they said, don't you admire what he has accomplished? Tell me, what is your greatest accomplishment? Which then very much goes back to that sort of whole idea of people who are like, you know, if you criticize something, you know, we like criticize a game. Happened a lot. In my, you criticize a game, you criticize a film, you criticize a piece of media or anything. Reviewers criticize the thing. I'm like, well, you couldn't have made anything better. And it's like, yeah, I'm not a film director. You don't have to be a film director to know if a film is good. Just because I don't direct films doesn't mean I can. If someone made a 3-hour film of a fucking, I don't know, some shit. I can't come up with a good because they exist. Point is, you don't have to be good at the thing to be able to judge a thing. That's not how things work. Like, hilarious, genuinely. And you can have all the arguments in the world against it, right? And you can respond to them all they want. But the reason I bring these up isn't because I'm like, oh, look at these really stupid people and we should argue against them, blah, blah, because it doesn't make a difference, right? What's funny about it, I find those replies really fucking funny, because it just... fuck me with your accomplished dick, Elon. I want to feel it. It's such an accomplished penis, and I want it all the way up my colon. You know, like, it's just really funny. Like, it's just really funny. You know, like... And also, again, he said comedy's legal on Twitter again, and he's like, oh, you have to say if you're parodying. I'm like, which one? Again, not like, oh, I've been a moderator for more time than Elon Musk's been a moderator. And as a point, because again, everyone's like, he's so clever. And I'm like, yeah, just because he's ran a He's ran 2 technology companies that manufacture vehicles. Right? He ran an electric car company that manufactures vehicles, high-tech vehicles, and he owns SpaceX, a technology company that manufactures vehicles. He owns another company which digs tunnels. All his companies are like engineering. And then he was involved with PayPal, which is not about use, which is not moderation based. Now, as someone who's done moderation for, you know, the better part of 15 years now, it's complicated, difficult, and convoluted because you have to set very vague rules. And again, moderators tend to be the arbiter of how they infer those rules, right? Because everything's about interpretation. You can interpret anything how you want, frankly. It's really difficult to moderate these big platforms because you need to set clear rules, but you can't be arbitrary with how you're removing stuff. And that's why, frankly, I never... You know, when people are like, oh, Twitter haven't removed this thing I reported. I never read it as, oh, Twitter aren't doing it because they're fine with racism. That's never it. It's just because moderation's really, really, really difficult. And I say that from a position of someone who has made a lot of moderation, like you know, been in charge of making the rules and establishing the rules and reviewing ban. Like, I'm the person who's done that a lot. And it's really difficult. And you get a load of cunts. There's so many fucking people over the years who've just been acting like fucking right cunts in different places I've moderated, who aren't doing anything enough to get banned, but are acting like a right cunt. And everyone's like, can we ban them? And I'm like, well, they've not broken any rules. I'm like, yeah, but they're being a cunt. And I'm like, yeah, but we can't. If we arbitrarily ban people for being a cunt, then like, it's really difficult, right? I've always found it really difficult. And moderation is really hard. And I always disagree with people who are like, Twitter's got a right-wing bias, Twitter's got a left-wing bias. Well, it doesn't. I don't really think it has a bias. Twitter is fairly unfiltered and it's trying to apply a lot of rules very broadly and trying to be very careful not to step on any toes that it doesn't have to. It's why, you know, Trump was a whole thing, because their whole attitude towards world leaders, especially the president of the most powerful nation on earth, is that, well, he's the president of the most powerful nation on earth. What he has to say is relevant, even if it's breaking their rules. You know, it's relevant anyway. And that's why there was so much fucking pussyfooting around what Donald Trump was saying, because everyone was like, oh, well, all the people are being banned. I'm like, yeah, but those people are the president of the richest country, of the biggest country on the earth. You know, that's why banning them was a big deal. Because they have to, it's a mess. Especially something like Twitter. It's a fucking mess to moderate. I do not envy the people in charge of their moderation guidelines. It's a really, really difficult job. And moderating with these platforms is really difficult. You know, these moderators sit through and they're going through just, you know, they're having to be really, really quick going through stuff and making sure they're doing stuff consistently. And, you know, a lot of these companies, you know, 1 in 10 stuff's not going to be done correctly. 1 in 10 moderation actions aren't going to be done correctly, whether positively or negatively, just because people are going through so fast. That's not because they're trying to rush them. It's just because there's so many things to moderate. There's just so many things, and these moderators are sat there just going through, like, you know, they're saying child porn and racism and porn and fucking murder and desiccation, like all the most horrible things in the world. And then you're getting a lot of this stuff that's like, you know, vaguely, like, you know, a lot of stuff that I always find annoying on Twitter, stuff that's not necessarily directly bigoted, but is bigoted, right? That from a moderation perspective is often hard to deal with, especially on a like case by case. Because when you report a tweet, you're reporting the one tweet. That's all the context someone reviewing that would say is the one tweet. And it's really hard. It's really hard. And it's just the arrogance of someone who has no experience. Because everyone's like, oh, he's so clever. It's like, doesn't matter how clever. I wouldn't trust fucking Stephen Hawking to run Twitter. I wouldn't trust, you know, I don't give a fuck how clever someone is. He has no experience in the field. You know? Stephen Hawking was a clever fucking cunt. I wouldn't put him in charge of fucking Facebook or Twitter because he wouldn't know what the fuck he was doing. You know? He's an engineer, not a fucking social media manager. You know? Like, the arrogance of someone who just because they're rich thinks they can run something like this. And immediately, like, coming in and not sitting down for, like, you know, not doing months. Because, you know, if I was in that position, I'd come in and I would spend months sitting down with every section of that company, learning everything and why everything is the way it is in excruciating detail. And then you would make changes slowly and gradually and with small groups. Which is why every test on these websites is always done with just a few. They kind of randomly choose users from some random areas. And they just briefly test it for a bit. Because rolling out any big change to these sites is hugely impactful. And you have to be really slow. Even if you want to do big changes, you have to be fucking slow. People have to get used to them. You know, have to be careful. It's hard. And the arrogance of someone just coming in with no experience. No, never any experience with any social media management whatsoever. Never run a company like this before. Has no idea what he's doing. Hasn't even been a fucking moderator before, let alone a fucking manager of a social media company. Walks in there. Immediately is like, do all of these things. You have a week. And I'm like, what the fuck? Loads of people say, well, I'm doing what I want. And then, of course, it's falling apart. Can you imagine the absolute stupidity? The arrogance. Because it is stupid to be arrogant. You know, all of us are guilty of being arrogant. All of us are guilty of being ignorant. But it's stupid to believe yourself immune from ignorance or arrogance. And him just coming in and being like, well, I know everything I'm doing. Like, oh, I'll make mistakes, but it'll be fine. It's just the height of stupidity. Because even if it worked, even if everything you did worked, it'd be the height of stupidity. You know, yeah, just because you can fucking drive a dirt bike over fucking 70 fucking flaming cars and land in a pit of fucking tigers and then run out and then shit in and take a shit in the thing with the tigers, then you run out and then fucking set yourself on fire for 30 minutes and then come out and then jump in a pool of ice and then come out the pool of ice and then officiate a marriage and then come out the officiate marriage. You go do all that and you might be fine. Probably not, but you might be. Doesn't make it not stupid. I mean, you can drive without a seatbelt and you're probably not going to die, but it's not going to be fucking still stupid, isn't it? Idiot. Jay, absolutely foolish. It is, and it's so funny watching all these people being like, so clever, and I'm like, oh my god, you've never, oh my god. And it's just, it's really hard to watch people admit that they're really stupid without realizing they're admitting they're really, really stupid and ignorant, like really stupid and ignorant. But they're admitting it very clearly, but aren't aware at all. There's no self-awareness there whatsoever, and it's really quite tragic. It's really tragic and really funny. Because it's not like the Trump people. Well, like, Trump's the best president ever to live ever. And you're like, no, he's not. He did all these things. Like, they're lying. They're CNN. No, the devil there is. Child pedophile cults on the Pizza Huts. You know, because it's nonsense, right? It's actual, just, you know, crazy bonkers banana nonsense. But when the fucking Elon Musk people come in and like, actually, have you accomplished anything in your feeble life? He has. He's a billionaire. And it's just, you foolishly come here and expect no better than him. Foolish child. I know that he is genius. And therefore, you should trust in him. Will I see the light? And I came already. You know, it's so funny. There's a good book. Actually, if you want, there's a good book. It's not. It's fiction. It's a short book. Hang on, let me find it. Can I fill up my thing? I can't even remember what it's called. Book? I just search book in Amazon. Oh, I just come up with books. Neat. We had to remove this post. It's a fiction book. By a Dutch writer. Short book. I read it in a single sitting. And it's a fictional story about a content moderator. And obviously, while it's not true, it's based in reality. And I think it's a really interesting sort of. It very much humanizes the idea of a moderator, and especially moderators that are doing it in like these big companies like Twitter or Facebook and stuff. And I don't necessarily think it goes as a story. I don't really think it goes anywhere. It doesn't really go anywhere. It's not very deep. I mean, a lot of the reviews are like 3 stars. Unfulfilled potential, or disappointing, or it could have been deeper, or whatever. And it's short. But all of that, I think, is irrelevant. Because I think it's interesting nonetheless. And if you want a kind of vague idea of, or a vague humanization, or in a sort of novella form of what a content moderator does, read it. I think it's interesting. Also, the main character's lesbian, so if you like the game, as we all know in the extended Nerd Cubed cinematic universe, lots of gays. Lots of the old LGBTQs and plus the other letters, which I definitely remember. I realize it sounds slightly mocking. I do not mean it to. Genuinely, I talk about Daniel and Rebecca all the time, and I'm really glad we made a very open, accepting community, which is very casual about it, which I really like. I mean, we always joke that, like, because of how open and accepting we are, the ratio of people we have that are LGBTQ or like neurodivergent or anything is really high in our community, which I fucking love. I love so fucking much. Oh my god, I love it so fucking much. Oh, back in like 2014, when I started doing the moderation with fucking Dan, it was all fucking straight white kids. But boring fucking boring as shit, mate. Really, why do people worship Elon Musk so much? Because people think that being rich means that they're intelligent. And they either think they can be rich by following him, or think they justify people being rich by following him. Because a lot of people are just trying to basically justify their desire to be rich, I think. Even if they might not ever be rich, or they might not ever think they're going to be rich. A lot of people want to be rich, and want to justify it without feeling bad. And they're like, oh, he deserves to be rich, because he worked for it. Because they want to be rich, and they want to feel like they could do that without feeling bad. And the only way to not feel bad about being rich is to lie to yourself. Frankly. If you're rich, if you're that wealthy and you don't feel bad about yourself, you're ignorant or lying or both. Or horrible. Or all of the above, really. You have to. Because if you think about it for more than 5 seconds properly, you realize it's incredibly immoral. It's like there was a thread on Reddit the other day that I was reading. It was like, what's something that people don't really think about that's very disgusting or something. And there's a lot of general ones, like, but I opened Reddit and just quickly find a thing in the mod cube. The amount of fucking, it's been a big problem in Nerd Cube subreddit late, whereas a lot of these spam bots are like reposting old posts, word for word, and they're getting upvoted because they're just old Nerd Cube posts that no one remembers, and people are noticing. But no matter how aggressive I make the auto mod settings, they still fucking get through, and I don't know how. I don't know how this account's getting through. It made the account 2 weeks ago. And it's 27 karma. Like, I don't know why it just didn't... Whatever. But one of them was meat. And there was a lot... I found it very interesting. There's a lot of people going, oh yeah, whenever I think about it, meat is absolutely disgusting, so I don't think about it. And I'm like... It's like, oh, once I was preparing a chicken and I actually thought about what I was doing and it made me really sick and disgusted. And I couldn't eat chicken that day, so I don't try and think. I don't think it. So every day when I eat meat, I don't think about it. And I found that really, really interesting. Because there's that classic thing that if most people, not all, but most people who eat meat, and this is not, to be clear, a criticism against any of you who eat meat, as much as I disagree with people's decision to eat meat, it's not a dig against you, to be clear. But most people who eat meat, if they had to see and deal with directly all the stuff involved in getting to that point, wouldn't eat meat. Right? You know, like, it's so abstracted when it gets to you. And, you know, it's why a lot of people struggle, even me eaters struggle to eat, you know, full fish. You know, fish that comes with heads, or, like lobster or shrimp even, because it's obviously it's not abstracted. And obviously a lot of people don't care. That's fine. I disagree, but a lot of people don't. But I think most people wouldn't. They could. I think most people can get used to horrible things, but most people wouldn't want to. When I have conversations with a lot of people, it's like I think of, oh, when you explain the entire process behind the sort of meat industry, and even the dairy and the poultry industry. You know, eggs, right? You know, like eggs. Well, they come from female chickens. They come from they come from hens, right? So when they breed chickens for eggs, you can have the happiest chickens in the world, but all these chicks go on a big conveyor belt, and people sit there and they pick up all these little baby chicks. They check to see what gender they are. If they're female, they stay on the conveyor belt. If they're male, they are picked up and they are literally thrown into a wood chipper. Then you just throw them. Get your little baby chick, throw them in the chipper. Don't use them for it. Don't use the chipper. You just throw it out. So you don't get meat or anything from it. They're kind of useless, so they just throw them away. A lot of people. I mean, I've done that, right? Because I've been a vegetarian for a long time, but I only went vegan a few years ago. And for the longest time, I was just kind of avoiding really thinking about the realities behind milk and chickens. You know, I mean, the direct thing, when you think of the direct getting it from the animal, there's a lot of ways, you know, free-range hen. I'm like, oh, hen's happy. It's laying some eggs. Eggs are being picked up and given to me, and the hen just wants them out, having a nice time. I'm like, yeah, whatever. And on that direct level, I was kind of, it always felt more ethical. Which I guess it is. But to get to that point, there's a lot of same with milk. And it's I think a lot of people, when they think about meat, they're just like, oh, we're going to. A lot of people want to avoid thinking about it because it's really difficult or very unpleasant. Which I appreciate. Most of what we do is that. Most of the things I mean, it's the same with fucking most things, right? I mean, like, smartphones have a load of rare earth minerals that are often mined by slave children. Like, you know, it's a nature of existing that you can't. Yeah, it's one of the things, if you've ever watched The Good Place. I always like, there was this whole thing in The Good Place where there's this guy, and he's the goodest person. Right? He's the goodest of all the good people. And they get to him on Earth, he's just this lovely man, he's so selfless and everything. And with the system that's set up for the good and bad place, he's still not getting into the good place. And the reason is because the world is so complicated that everything he does, he is choosing to ignore something. He's like, oh, well, by choosing to stay in the woods and out the way, he's choosing not to help with this thing. Or, like, you know, there's always something. Because to live in the very modern connected world, blah, 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 it's kind of impossible to completely avoid yourself. I mean, you can live in the woods on your own. And there's arguments for that being unethical. You know, like, there's no real win. You can only reduce as much as you can. You can only try your best, and that's what's important. But I think meat's obviously a very direct thing. That a lot of people, you know, because, you know, when you get a phone, again, it's very abstract with the rare earth metals, you don't think about it. Most people don't think about the mining of minerals, and when they do, they just kind of think of a big quarry. It's fine, whatever. You know, it's something that's so abstracted. But obviously, meat is a very direct thing. When you're holding a bit of meat, you're holding a bit of a dead animal. That's what it is. You know, one of the things in the thread was like, oh, when I was like, putting up a chicken or something, and it's like, oh, I'm when I thought about what I was doing, and I'm separating like nerve tissue and like tendons and blood vessels, and I'm like moving its wing and stuff like that. And when they thought about it, they went, oh, that's disgusting. And they realized what they were physically actually doing. Not just preparing food. It went from preparing, in their mind, it went from preparing food to dissecting a corpse to eat it. Which, it's the same thing, but it's a different mindset. And I say a lot of I found it quite interesting to say that a lot of the people were like, oh yeah, I have that sometimes too, and I can't eat meat on that day. But then I just don't think about it, and it's fine. I'm like, that is an interesting mindset. A lot of people also equally were like, oh, I have that big visceral reaction to it once, and I've never eaten meat again. Which is cool. But I find it interesting the high prevalence of people going, oh, I can't do it, I can't eat it when I think about it because I find it disgusting. So I don't think about it. And I think a lot of that sort of same, they actually come to the same place, right? It's the same with, in the context of Elon Musk, it's that same sort of like, oh, I don't want to think about the immorality of being a billionaire, right? Because suddenly it makes it very immoral to even want to be a billionaire. To even desire to be rich becomes immoral if you think about the process of getting there and how that's harmful. So you don't. You think, you try and rationalize it. You try and go, oh, well, no, he should be. He should be. He's worked hard. He has. You know. Which is... Come on, I personally hope that lab-grown meat will become a viable alternative. I read a an article the other day of someone who went to a lab and tried a company that's making a lot of lab-grown meat, doing a lot of research on it. It's not like it properly approved, but they've got it good enough, and they sat down, they presented them, they made a steak for them. A thin steak, but it was a steak. And he said when he ate it, it tasted exactly like meat. It cooked like meat. When he closed his eyes and ate it, it was indistinguishable. Which is interesting. No, but it's that if you think about, because I've always said that I don't I don't necessarily disagree with people just having money in and of itself. But there's a point where it becomes excessive, you know? And you can argue where that line is, but being a billionaire is definitely very far over it, you know? I'm down for lab-grown meat. I mean, I wouldn't eat it. Is my thing. I kind of just don't like meat at all, so I never ate meat alternatives. I got into them a bit because Dan and Rebecca like them. But like I had the the vegan chicken royale at Burger King, and they're using what the cluck chicken, which is fibrous, so it has this texture of chicken, fibrous texture of chicken. And I almost threw up eating it because it was so much like actual chicken. It felt so indistinguishable from real meat, and it made me feel really ill. Because I tend to like any fake meat or stuff. I tend to like it if it's obviously not. Like it's a substitute. Like it can be used in its place, but it's not necessarily a replacement. Oh yeah, rich people are obsessed with getting more rich. I mean, like my whole thing, like my personal attitude towards money, I want enough to be comfortable. And my definition of comfort is living in a nice, 3-bed apartment. I've always said that and I remember I think it's interesting your brain exercise, and I thought about if I think about the most opulent I could possibly be in and of myself, like not just for the sake of being opulent, but like something that I would actually potentially even want, the highest level of opulence. How much money would I need to do all that and never work another day in my life? How much, what is that figure vaguely in my head? And my figure was sometimes like 3 million. And I'm like, if the most opulent, comfortable thing I can think of for me, and that is never working again, is 3 million or 4 million, I think. All right, around that. Then, what are billionaires doing with the other fucking? Oh, what? Because at that point, you're just spending money for the sake of spending money. Like, you know, there's this big campaign at the moment against private jets. You know, just ban private jets is a big thing at the moment. And it's really interesting because private jets as a thing. Obviously, direct carbon emissions, if you're flying in a private jet, are obviously your direct emissions per person relative to everyone else is obviously very high. But like aircraft, the whole aircraft industry, I think contributes 1 to 2% of all global carbon emissions. Is the entire airline industry is 1 to 2%, and the private jet industry in that is a tiny percentage of the airline industry. So you're talking about, you know, zero. It's like the plastic straws thing. It isn't going to do anything, but it is representative of a. But obviously, a lot of people find it very disgusting because, not necessarily because of its direct impact, but because it's obviously just very opulent as on top of it, which is insulting for a lot of people, which is why there's a more visceral reaction against it. I don't like. I personally don't understand. Like, my attitude is always to try and empathize as best as I humanly possibly can with everyone, even regardless of what their opinion is. And to be clear, empathy is very different from sympathy. Empathy is just about understanding why they are doing the thing they're doing, how they got to that result. But I always try to empathize with every horrible person, because understanding how they get to that answer in their head is very important to make sure that less people do that, right? Being empathetic with why racists are racist is important, because there's a process to make them racist. They have gotten to that conclusion somehow. Not through lying. That was always through lying. But I struggle. One of the places I really struggle to empathize with is billionaires, because when I think of all of the people who are, you know, fucking xenophobic and fucking transphobic or racist or bigoted or whatever the fuck, whenever I think about them and how they got to that conclusion, the position always generally often comes from fear or threat. They are threatened by something. Whether or not the threat is substantiated or not is irrelevant. They just feel threatened. And they usually, it's interesting because it's usually they're not being threatened in the way they think they are. What would you say your understanding of the way Trump was the way they are? Lack of education in the United States is a big one. Lack of education in the United States. And this sort of over-reliance on coddling people. But that's it. A lot of these come from fear, right? Like, you know, there's a whole joke of they took her jobs, right? Like, they took a job. And I you know, like, I always remember this person I spoke on Twitter years ago, and she was a Trump voter. And because if I ever argue with someone on Twitter in that context, it was always because I wanted to understand why they were doing what they were doing. I kind of wanted to get past the bravado and understand why they were doing what they were doing. I started listening to James O'Brien on LBC a lot. I don't agree with all his politics, but I like his attitude towards. He always tries to get people to call in to explain what their position is, and usually mock them because they can't justify it. But which I find interesting. But she said that she lived in a small town that used to be a mining town in sort of rural northern America. Port town. Her husband had died after losing his job because all the work dried up around there. All the mines closed. They didn't have enough money to leave. She was a single mom of 3. And no politician had ever visited their town. Ever. In her entire life, no politician had visited her town. She was poor, and she was struggling, and there was no work where she lived. And Donald Trump came to their town and came in and went, hi, the reason you're poor is because of this. I want to help you. I think you're important. If you vote for me, I will help you. All of it's untrue, obviously. He would blame immigrants or fucking invasions from Mexicans or fucking, you know, the Democrats trying to steal their fucking guns or whatever the fuck. And he said, oh, I'll help you or bring the jobs back. He's lying. You couldn't do that. The point is that, obviously, from her perspective, if no one's ever done that and someone comes in and says, hey, I want to help your problem, I can understand why someone might do that. If no politician's ever visited you and then someone comes and says, hi, I'm listening to you and I want to help you, after like decades of not ever being given any attention whatsoever, that's part of populism in itself. But obviously, it's from a very visceral, basic place. And the problem is, a lot of people who are radicalized, especially under Trumpism and stuff, are often in those positions. I mean, for example, in the United Kingdom, the way a lot of Boris Johnson voters and the sort of EU, because you kind of, what they did, I mean, it's kind of very indicative of the NHS bus thing, right? We give X amount, was it 72 million? Was it NHS Brexit bus quote 72 million? 350 million. We send the EU 350 million a week. Let's fund our NHS instead. Vote leave. So, in the UK, obviously, there's a lot of poverty, and this is coming off the back of, you know, a long while of austerity. So, very impoverished areas, a lot of people struggle to get jobs. And a lot of people aren't given any attention. NHS had huge backlogs. Care was hard to get. So, for a lot of people who aren't really invested in politics and don't know what's going on, because the thing is, the EU is incredibly bureaucratic and it's very detached from people directly, right? Because, you know, when we're doing a general election in the UK, even though you're not directly voting for the PM, it's a very visceral feel. Everyone's aware of what they're for. Obviously, the EU is very detached. You vote for an MEP. It's not a big signpost of elections. It's not a big deal's made out of it. Most people don't bother to vote in it because they don't know. People vote for their MEP. Their MPs vote in the European Union. People aren't what the EU's doing. You know, it's very detached from what people. I mean, you can obviously keep on top of it, but from a general public perspective, it's detached. And so they're a scapegoat, right? Because you know, Boris Johnson and fucking Nigel Farage can come along and be like, hi, people in impoverished areas who are struggling to get healthcare and who are struggling with very low paid jobs and lack of any opportunity. The EU, who you don't care about and don't know anything about, are taking £350 million a week, which on a country, like in terms of a country's financial, like the budget of a country isn't very much, especially because we would get most of that back, and that was a fair trade. But obviously that's kind of irrelevant to the discussion. You just say, hello, I know you're poor and struggling, or you're a business owner and you're struggling, or whatever. The EU is detached. We're using them as a scapegoat. We're sending them that money. We know the NHS is bad. We're going to put that money into that. That is a very visceral response. It's a very visceral response. I mean, I was very frustrated. I mean, DL7 5 Sam, and there was no big deal made of the EU funding for poor areas of the UK. Well, I remember getting frustrated about this during the EU referendum, because I'm in Liverpool, and almost the entirety of Liverpool has been rebuilt by EU funding. Almost all of it. I mean, Liverpool was the European capital of culture in 2008. Because it's the British capital of culture, which is its own thing. But the European capital of culture is a much more prestigious thing. And with by becoming the European capital of culture, the EU gave Liverpool a huge amount of money. Like a huge amount of money. They gave a huge amount of money. So Liverpool demolished most of the city centre and rebuilt it. They rebuilt it. And obviously, being the European capital of culture generated a huge amount of money just in terms of visitors. Here we go. So yeah, the capital of culture led to £4 billion of investment, both from the EU and some private investors. There were 10 million additional visitors that came to the city. And those extra visitors generated 753.8 million of economic impact. And obviously, a huge amount of effort was put into developing our train stations, our airport, the city centre, bus connections, everything. Not only that, but if you walk around Liverpool, you might notice most places have an EU flag on them somewhere because they've been partially or fully funded by some sort of EU scheme. And Liverpool's also very left-wing, at least very Labour. It doesn't necessarily mean left-wing, just they don't like the Tories. And even though Liverpool voted to remain, it was still surprisingly close. Because even though all of this money's been spent, it's still a very detached thing. The EU sort of, their whole thing is they kind of very bureaucratic and they kind of, it's not very direct. So a lot of people weren't even aware. And I'm like, what the f-? But it's a scapegoat, right? So you say that, you get a scapegoat, and then it starts radicalising them. Because then they go, oh yeah, we are sending all that money to the EU. Why aren't we spending that on NHS? If NHS is in shambles. Which again, the NHS, a lot of the NHS is in shambles, not because of budgetary reasons, it's usually management. Both from government and upper level NHS management. Which if you've watched Abby Thorne's video, Philosophy Tube, recent video on them trying to get trans healthcare, which is just a very interesting video about the NHS generally. You'll understand the bureaucracy inherent in that system and why a lot of its issues come from management. And incredibly poor management, rather than money. Because Boris Johnson was like, here's a simple solution. Those who are elected bureaucrats in the EU are stealing your money. We can take that money and throw it at the NHS and you'd get better healthcare. Right? As a soundbite, sounds great. Right? If you don't know much about the EU, you don't know if they've done anything for you. You've not fucking heard anything from the EU. Why would you care? Oh, I want the NHS. Do it. It's easy. Hey, Jack Frosty Ho. It's easy. It's an easy scapegoat. And the problem is, when people are sort of brought in on that level, they're like, oh yeah, the EU are taking a lot of our money. And then they're like, oh, there's a lot of immigrants. Oh, they're taking a lot of our jobs. Oh, those jobs should be for British people. Why are we giving it to lots of people who don't live here when the people in the country need jobs? Why are we giving it to those people? Oh, well, the EU are doing this. Oh, they're bringing in all of these Albanians are coming over. And it kind of snowballs. That's how radicalization works. It kind of just snowballs. And most of it, I mean, almost all of it, in all of these cases, especially in the sort of populist way that Boris Johnson, Trump did, come from two places, right? Lack of education about whatever the thing is, or just lack of education generally. And just lack of education / ignorance. And a lot of people being manipulated who are struggling, frankly. One reason or another. Hell, a lot of people did it even out of empathy, thinking, oh, well, I don't need the NHS. I don't like the NHS. People need care, and we should have more money for our NHS. Like, that's the thing. That's what I find so frustrating about sort of populism and Trumpism and sort of Boris Johnson stuff, because a lot of people who are voting for that and got brought into that originally were often doing it out of a genuine place of care. You know. And then it often snowballed into racism and bigotry. Because that's how they kind of get you. And it's frustrating, inherently. I'm of the belief that inherently most people are good. Not all people, but most people. And people just get manipulated. And that's how you kind of people get radicalized. And that's why I think empathy is quite important, even to people you strongly disagree with. Because again, empathy is not sympathy. Sympathy is you feeling bad for them. Empathy is just understanding them. I think it's really important to understand where those initial things come from, because that's how you could potentially find a connection and potentially pull them back. And I say that not necessarily directly, not like you personally can pull them back, but like as a society, right? As a society, I think it's quite important that we understand how people become radicalized and how people get brought into not even hugely radicalized, but just, because Nigel Farage is there rubbing his fucking thighs over all these immigrants with binoculars, the fucking, all these bloody boats coming into all these bloody illegal immigrants. They're taking your germs, oh, they're in expensive hotels. Oh, grrr, why are they allowed expensive hotels when we've got people living on the streets in our country? And it's like, it's kind of, they've made up an issue. The reason they're being put in expensive hotels is because the fucking money hasn't been put into actually providing a suitable shelter or accommodation. Like the fucking Marston Centre that got firebombed, that was horribly over capacity and was considered inhumane. Last week, if you didn't know it was that one, there was a asylum seeker centre that was hugely over capacity and it got firebombed by hugely over capacity. Cizelle Braverman and Priti Patel are fully responsible for that. Those horrible cunts. But it's it's a made-up problem, right? Like you wouldn't have to put asylum seekers in really expensive hotels if you actually had proper facilities to accommodate them. Like, it's not, but it's all men coming over. Well, they always bring up, these working men, they're trying to get a job. It's like, yeah. Oh no. People who wish to work. Whatever will we do? We have a fucking worker shortage. Like, we have a labor shortage in this country. And you're like, oh, they're coming over here to do the jobs. We have a labor shortage. We're not sat here going, oh, we've got no jobs. That's not the issue. So it's not the same as the issue not being that the NHS doesn't have enough money. It does. Well, not quite enough at the moment, but that's not the reason the NHS is stalling, is because of it doesn't have enough money being thrown at it. In the same way, the reason people are poor isn't because there's not enough jobs. They're not the reason. They're more complicated. But populists like to simplify. My point, by the way, how I like the music. I think it works for my vibe. The point, by the way, the original trend of this was relating to billionaires. Because when I think about all of those people who, guys, it's Borat 2 had that really notable one, right? Where because Sacha Baron Cohen, he goes to a Trump rally as Borat. And there's that weird thing during lockdown where these horrible racist people let him stay in their house for a month. And it was a really weird juxtaposition. Because it is this very weird, very significant kindness from people you wouldn't expect it from. And I think that's a very good representation of the fact inherently a lot of the people who are at these things and are getting radicalized are often doing it from a inherently good place. They're just being horribly manipulated. Because people are easy to manipulate. Especially if you make people more desperate. And like, I think it's important to understand, and I think it's useful to empathize, because I think it humanizes people more. Not that you should necessarily need to sympathize with bigots. I don't think you should. I don't think it's people's jobs to understand bigots or try to talk around bigots. But I think it's important to understand that often it's often our place of care, even though it gets horribly distorted. And it becomes very harmful very quickly because that initial manipulation of that care has been twisted. And that's how people get radicalized. And it's very hard to undo that after it's happened. Like, it's very hard to de-radicalize people. Especially like this casual populist radicalization against sort of immigrants. Say Trumpism. Boris Johnson. There wouldn't be 40,000 people coming over in dinghies, which regardless of how many is far less than the other nations take, like Germany, who would take 1 million a year if we had a sound person that actually fucking works. Yes! I have a friend who works at the Home Office, who is actually involved in sound seeker applications, and he says it's a fucking bureaucratic mess that is purposefully made as awkward and difficult as possible to deter people. Because that's the problem. All of everything the UK are trying to do is deter people from coming. To make everything as difficult as possible to deter people. And it's like, literally, why? And also, and then there's this, again, part of the education thing is obviously in the UK and America. They're kind of responsible for most of the problems that are causing asylum seekers. Like down the chain, they're the ones responsible. Usually. You can always trace it back to the British or the French or the Americans somewhere, you know. I'm of the firm belief that, especially those countries, have a responsibility of care. Because they have to stay. I mean, Donald Trump started going, all of these illegal immigrants coming from South America. It's like, yeah. I wonder what country destabilized all of their nations. What a mystery. I wonder who's responsible for making their nations incredibly unstable. I'll just roll. Oh, it's a mystery. I guess we'll never know. You know. But obviously a lot of people take that personally. You know, people are like, I didn't do anything to them. I didn't cause the problem in that country. It's like, well, no, you didn't directly. It's not saying we are responsible isn't to say we directly, personally are responsible, but the country is, collectively. Like, it's... if one of your parents killed a guy and took all his money and you inherited all the money, yeah, you're not responsible for the murder, but you are fucking taking all the money and being like, well, it's not my problem, it's my money now. And it's like, well, your responsibility still. And again, the UK spends a lot of money making stuff really awkward, and it'd probably be spending less money if it was just making everything streamlined. Because they're just trying to fight fire with fire, and it's just causing more fire. Because that's how the UK works. I say all those places, they often come from this place of, initial place of care. A lot of the anti-immigration stuff often comes from this sort of fear of being marginalized, or fear of not having jobs or money, or fear of not getting health care. And then it's horribly warped. But when I think of billionaires, and I try to think about how you can sit there with that much wealth and just choose to do that. Just choose to sit there with that level of wealth. I can't empathize at all. I don't know how you can't be sat there thinking that you are evil. I don't know how you can just sit there with that amount of wealth. That could be so impactful to the whole world. Or even people just directly. And you choose to just keep it. You choose, Jeff Bezos sits there and he goes, no, I must buy an $100 million super yacht. And I'm like, what? In what universe? Because the only way I can think that you could do that is if you are actively just pretending it's not a problem. That is the only way I can think. I think that I genuinely think it's possible through just denialism, basically. Just pure denialism. Also, dog knife resub 11 minutes ago. I didn't notice. Thank you. Only 4 months now. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's enough empty houses in London owned by oligarchs to house every refugee and migrant market. That's the thing. It's kind of a made-up problem. And most of it is used by rich people to kind of justify them staying rich. And then also that just adds to it. I'm like, how? I just... Like, I just don't get it. I genuinely don't get it. I just... Robin, I wonder if they don't want to confront the injustices they could help solve, because then they'd have to question whether they go where they are just by means too. They'd have to question whether they go where they are by just... My brain is not processing that sentence, and I don't know what it means. Notably, Jeff Bezos said the other day that he's like, oh, I'm going to give away all my money. They get where they are just by means... whether they get where they are by justified means. Okay. Just me. Okay, I understand. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. It's ignorance. And then there's desperation to cling onto it. Because people are just desperate to be relevant and important. Because they've been taught it's important. And they've been taught that billionaires are inherently important because they're rich. And it's good to be a billionaire because then you're rich and impactful. And that makes them really impactful and really good, actually. Because how have you done anything? He's done lots of stuff. That's why he's a billionaire. Because even though they're not billionaires, and they probably never will be billionaires, it helps them rationalize their desire to be that. And it helps them rationalize that framework, because if they don't rationalize the framework, it's inherently immoral. That's the only other way to do it. There's three ways. You either rationalize the framework to be ignorant, you think about it and realize it's inherently evil and immoral, or you're just ignorant to the whole thing and you're not aware of it, which a lot of people are. A lot of people just don't think about it. Not because they're actively trying to be ignorant, they just don't think about it. Most people just live in their fucking lives and not really thinking about what Elon Musk's doing. And when you say, Jeff Bezos is like, oh, I want to give away all my money, and I'm, oh, you know, oh, I gave Dolly Parton 100 million. Oh, good for you. Like, people are always like, oh, because one of the big things is like, oh, their wealth is obviously in their assets or their shares. It's not necessarily in direct money. It's not like, you know, all these billionaires, their net worth is, you know, whatever billion. It's not like they have that amount of money just sat in a bank account, right? Which is valid. They don't. But they still have access to the level of wealth if they desire it. You know, like, just because they have an asset that's worth that. Just because they don't have the money doesn't mean they don't have an asset that's worth that they could get rid of. You know. If Mark Zuckerberg wanted to, he could sell off all his fucking shares of Facebook and take all that cash and walk away. Like, oh, he wouldn't be in charge anymore. Oh, is he keeping him power? Is it vanity reason? Could be. Elon Musk's one's especially interesting just because he obviously... Elon Musk's interesting because he sees the metaverse as this is his baby for him. He thinks it's really important because he's a weird man. And he keeps control of his company. He keeps that 51% because he just wants to keep control of his company so he can kind of do what he wants. Because he wants to do what he believes is important. And that's one thing. That's one potential thread there. That some billionaires think what... Like again, Elon Musk, he thinks what he's doing is really important. And it's frustrating because equally, like when I think about it, SpaceX and Tesla... Oh! Right? Like Tesla, kind of, for better or worse, kind of responsible for the electric car boom. Even though their cars are shit now. And, you know, SpaceX is kind of the leader in modern spaceflight. You can argue if spaceflight's important, but and I think he just believes he's this sort of world-changing man, and he believes what he does is really important, and he's going to change the world. He's going to change the world. Him being in charge of Twitter is going to change the world more than him giving, you know, $48 billion away. It's arrogant. It's genuinely arrogant. I think, a lot of the time. Like, it's arrogant. When you get that powerful, you kind of think you kind of justify being powerful, and you're like, oh, I must be powerful because I'm good at what I do, and therefore what I do is important, and therefore I should keep doing what I do because it's important. You know, it's arrogant. I mean, Elon Musk, I just think Elon's an arrogant man doing this. Just so arrogant. Oh. Ooh. Oh, that's a problem. Ooh. Russia's bombed a bit of Poland. I know the jazz side undermining the point. I'm assuming accidentally, because it's right on the border, I'm assuming they fired a somewhat inaccurate missile and it went over the border. But Russian missiles have killed 2 Polish people in Poland. And they're a member of NATO. That's interesting. Concerning. I don't imagine it's going to result in them declaring war, FYI. Everyone says World War III, but I do not think Russia would bomb NATO on purpose, I will say. Russia did this huge missile attack on Ukraine. I think they fired over 100 missiles. And Russian missiles are often not very accurate. So I would imagine they've targeted somewhere near the border and it's overshot. And they're not going to admit they've made a mistake because they're Russia. They won't admit they've made a mistake. And equally, I don't think NATO will... I don't think NATO will declare war, but I think they might shore up their borders. Town they hit was 4 miles north of Ukraine. Yeah. Oh, that's way within a fucking radius of a lot of those bomb missiles. They launched 100 of the fucking things. A lot of them are dumb fucking missiles. They're dumb. They're properly fucking dumb and very inaccurate. A lot of missiles are very accurate. Now there's a huge incompetence in them firing missiles near the NATO border. But if it was a direct attack, I think it'd be a bit more obvious. And NATO aren't going to fucking declare war against Russia because of that. Because that is very... I imagine they'll probably make a very, very stern statement being like, well, we consider this a direct threat. We're going to shore up our borders. If Russia any NATO target again, we'll be blah, blah, blah. Like, it's going to be something like that. And I imagine Russia will probably back down from that because Russia are barely winning in one country against... They're barely winning against... They're not even winning against Ukraine. They're fighting against a small country. I mean, if fucking NATO get involved, they're fucking gone. Like, they don't want that. Anyway, what was it? Oh yeah, median CEO salary graph. Try to look at their pay. Yeah, because the CEO pay, which is their salary, their actual salary that they take home a year, unrelated to any of their other assets. So, like, Sundar Pichai of Google, his CEO, his pay is $100 million. $100 million. Notably, the money that Elon Musk takes as salary from Tesla is only $37,000. But that doesn't really mean anything. Salary. Tim Cook pays himself $100 million a year. $100 million would be a lot for a life. He also, the Russian army is actively running away from Ukraine. They wouldn't on purpose broke into the war. They like being out of man. Yeah. Right. They're very incompetent, and it's definitely incompetence. But I mean, it's definitely incompetence that they've done that. 100% incompetence. And all the other states are going to know it's incompetence. So are not going to want to retaliate directly. They're just going to fucking say, if you fucking try that again, mate, you fucking dare. And we're going to go, oh, fucking hell. Now, it's the thing with the thing, everyone keeps saying World War III. The thing is, Russia and NATO actively, very much, both of them, do not want to go to war. Neither of them. They will, both of them, take every possible step to not go to war. Like they will actively avoid it. In every state. Because it is mutually bad. For everyone. And not even from a nuclear perspective. Just generally, it's not bad. It's bad. No one wants it. Like, it's not. There's no benefit at all. Neither of them want it. There is no, like, they're gonna. All of them are gonna actively avoid it as much as possible. I just don't see it happening. Is the thing. I just don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. I gotta find Elon. Here we go. He got a 6.7 billion compensation in 2020 from Tesla in the form of stock options. Rather than take a bonus or pay, he took stock options because they're worth more. Oh, Russia towed the line. But it's because Vladimir Putin's a really bad strategist. They're a bad strategist. I mean, almost every attack they've done on NATO target ever. I mean, there was obviously even they shot down that fucking civilian plane over Ukraine, which they did, and they denied doing, but they did it. But the reason they denied doing it is they didn't mean to fucking do it. They thought it was a fucking military plane. Idiot. Genuinely incompetent. The adage of don't blame malice to what can be blamed on incompetence. It very much applies, even in terms of war. Oh, Putin's a terrible person as well, but he's a terrible strategist. Bad strategist. At least in terms of direct war, he's a bad strategist. That's kind of all falling under his feet because they kind of Russia put up a big bravado thing, but they're actually not that powerful or rich. They just pretend they are. Kind of like North Korea. They're like, look at us, we're big and we're a world superpower, and they're not. They just pretend to be. China's a world superpower. America's a world superpower. If Russia didn't have nukes, they'd just be a, like. Eric Schmidt, CEO salary $1,000 permanent, 4,000 in 2004. No. Oh, yeah, no, I trust John better. Yeah, I can't. Oh, Elon Musk. Oh, this is 3 days ago. Elon Musk heads to court over Tesla pay that made him the world's richest person. He will defend the massive compensation package that helped to make him... This week, he will spend this week in court to defend the massive compensation package that helped him make him the world's richest man. The week-long trial in Delaware Court of Chancery will examine the 2018 compensation plan that the automaker's board of directors created for Musk. The automaker said that at the time, it could be worth nearly $56 billion, making it the largest compensation package for anyone on Earth from a publicly traded company. The net value today is only $51 billion. Oh. Even in the ratified era of CEO pay, the compensation stood apart. Millions upon millions of dollars are often lavished on corporate executives of the biggest companies. But the plan to pay Musk initially totaled in the tens of billions as long as he met performance goals. It wasn't in cash. Top executive pay rarely is, but in shares of the company. The higher Tesla went, the more shares would be valued, the more Musk would be awarded, and the more those shares would be worth. And as Tesla's stock shot ever upwards, it helped propel him to a net worth of over $300 billion at one point. Bye-bye. Plaintiff claims on behalf of Tesla shareholders that Musk exploited his control over the company and its board of directors to secure the huge compensation package in order to, and quote, fund his personal ambition to colonize Mars, end quote. I always find it interesting that a lot of people who own companies are like, oh, we're really struggling for money. And it's like, they're sat there fucking, oh, I have fucking oil companies, aren't they? They're all just trying to rich people to be rich just for the sake of being fucking rich because they think it's important that they're rich and they think they should be rich because they think they're really important and really clever, and it's arrogance. It's arrogance and denialism simultaneously, which I absolutely abhor. Because it's not, because unlike a lot of populist to the bigotry, which often comes from a good place that's horribly warped, that place is genuinely it's horrible. Because you just have to be so arrogant. And when you're that rich as well, obviously, Quid is an example of him just surrounding himself with fucking yes men. And if they don't agree with him, they're fired. So obviously he thinks he's fucking genius, because everyone around him's been like, oh my god, you're so clever. Have his mass firings even been lawful? A lot of his things have been redundancy. It's pretty losing money, and they can justifiably make people redundant for losing money. And some staff have been fired, obviously, for breach of not breach of contract, but they've been fired for gross misconduct. It'd be called in the UK, which in the US is a lot more. It's a lot more open. I mean, in the UK, it probably wouldn't be legal. But in the US, a lot of states have fire at will laws, and employee law in the United States is a lot more lax than it is in the UK or the EU. So he can do what he wants. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. I say if he was in the UK, it probably. I mean, I still think even in the UK it'd be legal, because you could justify it. But in the US, it's definitely legal. Definitely legal. Yeah, there's lots of he's going to court to defend that $50 billion pay package. Imagine getting a bonus of $56 billion. Imagine being that horrible of a person. I just don't know how you can sit there and have that amount of money and go, yeah, I'm just gonna have it for me, or remake the world the image I think it should be. And it's like. Horrible man. Horrible man, Elon Musk. He's a horrible, arrogant man. Horrible, arrogant man. Who doesn't deserve the things he has. And the people who are defending him they just think. They just want to defend that idea. They want to defend those values, because if they don't defend those values, then they're a horrible person. And if they admit that, then they're just admitting they're a horrible person. People are very, very protective of who they are. No one ever wants to admit they're a horrible person. I think they're a horrible person. Everyone wants to think they're good. Everyone wants to think they're doing the right thing. Even if they're not, they want to think they are. Which is great. I think even fucking 10 million is excessive, honestly, but you know what? I'd be happy to put that. I'd be happy to have 10 million as cap. I'm happy to fucking, you know, you can fucking pay thousands of 10 million bonuses for the one that fucking Elon Musk got. Anyway, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, which is longer than I was expecting to, because I just got a big rant about Elon Musk. Classic Matt rants about philosophy. Classic Matt. I like it. I like, if you like these rambles, by the way, I do quite recommend James O'Brien's show on LBC. Like, I don't necessarily agree with those political points, but there's a lot of clips on YouTube from James O'Brien's LBC show. I like his presenting style, and I like his efforts of empathy. I think that's important, because he always tries to give people a chance to explain themselves. And then when they can't, he mercilessly mocks them. So many Brexit people, he's like, what did you... They're like, oh, we got what we voted for. And he's like, what did you vote for? And they're like, to be out the EU. And he's like, yes, but what do you get out of that? And they're like, we're out the EU. And he's like, yes, but what is the thing you got from being out of the EU? And they're like, well, we're out of the anti-democratic EU. And he's like, yeah, but what do you get from being out? What is the thing that you personally have gained from not being in the European Union? And they're like, oh, because we're not in the EU. We're not giving them money anymore. And he's like, yes, again, what do you personally get from not being in the EU? What is the thing you have gained that you couldn't have got or didn't have when we were in the EU? And they can never answer. And he's like, you're fooling yourself on national radio. Look at you. You look like a pillock on national radio. Good. Thank you. And he hangs up. I like it. I like his show. That is the exact kind of show I would do if I had a radio show. With a much less... His voice is much nicer. He's got a radio voice and I do not. So, I'm gonna go. Raid anyone? There's only 30 people here. Is that worth a raid? No one's even streaming. Fuck yeah, here we go. Jazz, 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 jazz. I'm gonna go. My sign's getting that thing knocked me out. I feel like I've had a head cold all week. Today's the first day I felt alright, but I still feel sore. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna eat and sleep. That's my plan, in that order. I could sleep and eat. A bit messy. Thanks for coming. I'm gonna stream more because it's better now. Hey! Hopefully I'll have to schedule again in a month or two. Knock on wood. Oh, I've knocked on the wood. Oh, I did it. I'll knock on the other wood as well.